Hello. Hi, guys. Sorry. We had a really busy day today, and then I said, well, before the live, I was just going to go lay down in the massage chair just to get a massage before I go live, and then I didn't want to get out, but I did. Okay, and I made myself a cup of coffee. We had a really full day today. It was a lot of fun. We went apple picking, and then it was a really big place we could go. So we did some other stuff there, a lot of walking, a lot of picking, a lot of apple eating, and hay rides and all kinds of stuff like that. And then we went out to dinner. So it was nice, very nice, but tiring. Anyway, it was funny because my daughter-in-law to be, she loves little mini things like I do. Can you hear me? Tell me that you can hear me. And so I gave her I gave her a bag the other day and she lost her mind over it. Okay. And so I'm like, okay, so I put together two bags of these little tiny little mini things. And then there was those two things from my son, because his name is Michael, and Mike and Ike, the little Mike and Ike miniature candies. She wasn't too bad with that, but the little series that used to be Hey Arnold. He used to love Hey Arnold. So it was the mini brand. It actually has the little Hey Arnold figure in the little box. So I give her two Ziplocs, like gallon size, okay? And I go, okay, and these are for Michael. And she goes, she's here in the back. She goes, what? 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 Is that Helga? I'm like, it's not Helga, it's Hey Arnold. But Helga's in there. I said, no, that's Hey Arnold. And she's making me second guess myself. So I'm looking, is it Helga? And she literally lost her mind. She's going, I've got to have it. So then I was just playing around with her and I'm like, no, that's Michael. She's like, you can ask my mother. That was my favorite cartoon too. I've got to have that. It's so crazy. So my son's like, okay, you can have it. I'm like, so then I was just joking around at the end and I'm like, make sure that you take that Hey Arnold. She's funny. She's sweetie. She likes that stuff. My daughter is a total minimalist that doesn't like anything like that. So, okay, let's get going. If you're brand new, Dominic is blue. Kenzie is green. I was talking to my son about this case. He remembers this case. I was telling him a little bit more about the lingo and what they say. And it was funny about the Wagyu beef. We went to a place tonight and they had the Wagyu beef burgers, which were voted the best burger in the whole Hudson Valley. That's the valley that we live in. And she's like, you've got to go here. We've got to go here. We're taking you here. And they really were good. Anyway, Dominic is blue. Mackenzie is green. We are on page 2,700. No, 27,000. Oh boy. I can't even believe this. 27,000 pages. 27,000 pages. 27,768. And the date that we're on is March 14th. March 14th. Let me just clean my glasses and we'll get started. Hi, everybody. Hi, Kathleen. Hi. Let's see. I'm not on the right thing to say hi to everybody. Let me just get to the right thing here. Okay. Hi, Hot Mess. How are you? You're welcome. Hi, Kathleen. Hi, Diane. Hello, Rassi. Hi, One Eye Blind Arts. Hello, Alicia Nelson. You can't wait to hear more. You must be a lurker listener, right, girl? Or you listen afterwards? Good to see you. Or did I get stuck up? Twisted Stitches, hi there. Lisa, Dameron, hello. Jen Grill, hi. Everybody, if I missed somebody, I'm sorry. I think I am on Top Chat, but I think I got everybody right. Right, and thank you, Kathleen. I see you. Kathleen's a cheerleader, and they're always telling everybody to hit those likes, and I appreciate that, Kathleen. Thank you. Okay, listen to Kathleen and hit those likes. All right, already. Jane Grill does that too, but I mean, Kathleen's not even a mod, and she does it. So thank you. Thank you, Jen, too. Thank you to anyone that does that. I appreciate it. Thank you to anybody that shares it out. Thank you to anybody that talks to their friends or family about it. Shares the channel. That's great. Thank you very much. Hi, Nana. Is that Nana Owens? Hi, Nana Owens. Is that a new screen name, Nana Owens? Because there's somebody in here that has the name like Owen something. I wonder if it's the same person. I don't know. Hi, Margaret. How are you? Okay. Are we ready to go? I think so, right? I have to make myself real tiny so that you can see the whole thing like a postage stamp. Tiny, tiny. Let me see, that should be good, right? I have to just watch my monitor over here. And then it comes up. Okay, let me get one more sip of coffee before we get started. Oh, it's fun for you? Good, Kathleen. Okay, are we ready? So Dominic says, I'm really not lying. You broke up with me, so I started following people back. Mackenzie says, literally, you're just proving every reason to me that you can't keep your word and you were a revolving door. And Kenzie says, it's effing gross. Dominic says, oh, let me get this little thing off there. Like I was mad, but that wasn't trying to cheat at all. Kenzie says, I don't give a F what you think. Dominic says, I was just following people back. If it's just a like, it's just a follow, Kenzie. If it's just a like, it's just a follow, Kenzie. Now, Kenzie says, I find it odd. I find it odd too that he texted me and that like the day before he followed me on Instagram, which was odd because I've always followed him. So I wasn't like, I went and followed him. The day like I have followed him like for over a year. So like it was odd and like he didn't know me at all. Like, what if I were to say to you, what if I were to say yes? Then what would he, oh gosh, this is so hard to understand. Then what would he have done? Like, I feel like he's just backing himself up just so he doesn't look stupid. He's just saying that he knew I would say no because he doesn't want you leaving him. But either way, I would say no. I love my EJ. What is that? That sounds like somebody. He doesn't want you leaving him. Sounds like somebody wrote that for her and she put that word for word in there. That's so weird. Is that maybe that's from, oh, she put that in there. That must be from the girl, right? From, who was the girl again? It was, Emily, right? So is that from Emily? Let's read it as if it's Emily. I find it odd too that he texted me and that like the day before he followed me on Instagram, which was odd because I've always followed him. So I wasn't like I went and followed him the day like I have followed him like for over a year. This must be from Emily. So like it was odd and like he don't know me at all. Like, what if I were to say yes? Then would he have done like, then what would he have done like? I feel like he's just backing himself up so he doesn't look stupid. He's just saying that he knew I would say no because he doesn't want you leaving him. But either way, I would say no. I love my EJ. That must be from Emily. And she just put it in there without even an explanation and says, then Kenzie says, you're a effing liar. He says, Kenzie, I don't give an F. What I didn't even know I followed her back. I went through my followers and was just mutualing people that were just following me. She says, if you don't give an F, then this isn't a relationship. Dominic says she probably wants us to break up so she can brag about me following her or something. Kenzie says, stop trying to make excuses. And Dom says, I don't give an F what Emily say. Dominic says, I'll unfollow the people like I didn't do anything and I didn't mean to do anything. And if you don't believe me, break up with me. But if you want to believe me and stay with me, I swear I'm not going to cheat on you or try to cheat on you. And I'm going to tell you every day I'm not going to. Like you broke up with me and I followed people back on Insta. Like I can just unfollow them. And then Dominic says, Kenzie, I know, Kenzie. I know. I'm sorry. You don't understand how bad that makes me feel. Like I swear to you, I'd never do that again. Like, please, just believe me. Like I do things out of anger and spite, but that's because in just more sad deep down, those follows and stuff mean nothing. I heart me, boys. Okay. He also says, like, I really don't want to hurt you. I was hurt and I just started covering my sadness with anger, doing things impulsively. But for real, shite I did back then already eats me up. Like, I don't want to be a bad person. Like, you have no idea how bad I feel about that all the time. And for real, part of the reason I was so mad, acting crazy, is I really need you. Like, can you be there for me today and tomorrow? Please, my mom has surgery tomorrow. But no follows mean nothing. And if I had to F with another girl, if we broke up, I promise you, she's not going to be from around here. I'd get the F out of here. If we broke up, probably I'd at least be out the city. Yeah, I do shite, but I own I own all my decisions and tell what happened. Yeah, she probably started saying that to you because she's mad. I blocked her or something. Why didn't she start saying that before? So yeah, I'll unfollow. Then if you want to, I don't give an F. It's just a mutual. I mean, for real, if anything, you should just know all those things I did when I was mad weren't right. But it is because in crazy about you and upset. And this is all Dominic talking. So at least you know I love you like crazy. And now Mackenzie. She's been saying that to me. Now back to Dom. Yeah, well, I guess that's all I got to say. I'll unfollow them. I only did any of that shite because you broke up with me. It was wrong though, but I was upset. Mackenzie says, why? Do you just expect me to be there for you when you literally had cheated on me and lied to me? Dom says, tell her to stop getting too confident. And then he says, when? Years ago? Mackenzie says, no, I don't crush people's confidence. Oh, really? No, only Dominic's, right? Tells him how many times he's a piece of shite and all this stuff. And he's got small, you know what, and all that. Yeah, right. Okay. Sure, she doesn't. Okay. Dominic says, I didn't do shite this time. I was doing petty shite. I wasn't trying to cheat at all. Yeah, well, She's pissing me off, trying to make me look bad, and she's trying to actually believe I was trying to chill. Mackenzie says, I mean, yeah, nobody just asks people to hang out if they don't mean it. So of course that's what we think. Dominic says, I mean, I told her that I thought with 4 eyes she'd be able to see it. Like for real, that making me mad. That shite dumb. Kenzie, if you want to be together, you're going to have to believe me this time. And it simply comes down to that. If there is a next time, I won't do no bluffs and talk to other people or follow people. I was just super mad. And if there is a next time, I do that. You don't have to believe me or what I was doing. You can just break up with me. But I imagine we'll just be together. But if you want anything to work out this time, you're going to have to believe me. And she says, and if you want anything to work, you need to stop being a effing disgusting, lying cheater. And I need to be treated like the effing goddess I am. I can't believe you effing lied to me. And Dominic says, about what? What did I lie about? And then he says, I didn't say that, didn't follow her. I owned everything I did. I told you exactly what I did and why. And she says, do you know exactly what you did? You know. He says, yeah, I know exactly what I didn't. You were broken up with me and I was mad and it was all a bluff. If exactly what I did. See, he's got did in. Okay. Yeah, I know exactly what I did. And you were broken up with me and I was mad and it was all a bluff. She says, and you still didn't follow her. Unfollow. She's sending me a screenshot proof right now. He says, I got you. She says, no, clearly you don't because I had to effing tell you. Clearly you don't. He says, I have been texting you this whole time. I didn't even take a sec to get off iMessage. Unfollowed her though. You've got to trust me and believe me, for real. I know you say you can't trust me, but I swear I'm gonna try to be a good person, for real. Like even this kid had been talking shite about me, messing up my business, and I don't know if I want to rob him because I don't know if it is justifiable. She says, who? He says, this kid messing up my shite. You don't know him. He's not from around here. And Kenzie says, and I really don't care. Like, honestly, it just sounds like you're getting the karma from everything you've done to me. Like, literally think of everything that you've done to me, and I'm just here. Like I said, it's effing embarrassing for means and L. And he says, Kenzie, who cares what people think after high school is over? You're not seeing any of those people ever again. Like F everyone from your hometown. They all haters for real and don't want to see anyone else win like I'm trying to get out this biatch. And Kenzie says, and I'm not trying to get cheated on every effing month. And Dominic says, you won't get cheated on, I swear. And then he says, like, I'm not on that. Was so long ago. We've been together 3 years. After that, I haven't cheated. Like, you think I'm gonna just throw away all that for some pee? No. Also, even if I didn't love you, I just break up with you because if I cheated, I are something, you'd probably be smashing my car windows or something. If you want to be with me, you're going to have to believe what I say. PR, this is just going to be a mess. Or maybe saying, or this is going to be a mess. You believe me? Question mark. Why ain't you answering? You can't get mad at me for not answering and then not answer. But whatever, I'll talk to you later. She says, I'm sleeping. Yeah, right. 7 seconds later, she answers, I'm sleeping. He says, oh, okay, I didn't think that because you were up earlier. Want to play Fortnite for a little? No, she says. You mad at me or something? She says, yes. He says, and? And then he says, okay, be mad at me. I don't hold grudges on you, though, for anything. She says, it's not a grudge. You lied to me about cheating on me. The F you mean, and then she says, like, we can be done again. I'm not doing this. He says, and like, what are you mad about? That's why I said, and she says, what about you lying about who you followed on Instagram and when the time occurred? You were planning on texting Emily, she says. It wasn't because I liked the photo. He says, what do you mean? I told you exactly who I followed on Insta. She says, that was just an excuse, like that you got your hands on. I don't give an F. Dominic says, I followed a couple people. Kenzie says, you were planning on texting her the whole effing time I was trying to work it out with you. You were following biatches on Instagram too. But I like one picture and I'll hashtag, and then you follow multiple people in my grade, and then proceed to text somebody that has been to our parties. He says, bro, because I thought you were talking to people. Why don't you get that? She says, so liking one picture means following multiple people in my grade and proceeding to text Emily, and you followed all of them before I liked the photo. Are you trying to defend yourself right now? He says, you liked his comment and his photo. Like I said, that was mad and didn't mean it. She says, are you trying to defend yourself? And then she says, you followed all three of those people before I liked the photo. He says, no, I'm saying I got mad about this, and that's why I did it. Yeah, Kenzie, I was mad at you all weekend. She says, no, because you did it before. I don't give an F. So you were planning on texting other people no matter what, and you're just using me liking that photo as an excuse. You were planning on texting her. You know what you did. And then he says, like, before I did that, you had the fixing, like, before I did that, you had the fixing to do. You threatened cops on me, threatened to ruin my life. You threw a rock at me. You pulled my hair, and I was offered as F because you broke up with me after I dealt with all that. And then I got more offended because I thought you were talking to people while trying to get back with me. So I thought in my head, oh, yeah, you want to play that game? Well, I'll just send this snap, but it was impulsive and wrong. I thought you were trying to mess with my feelings, so I did that. That's why I sent the snap. And then Insta thing, I was just going through my followers and followed them back. Like, if you want to be with me, you're going to have to trust me. Like, for real, don't give a F about no P. Like, if I wanted to get with other girls, I'm just going to tell you that for real. If I didn't love you, I tell you that and break up with you. Like, think about the past. I've only been honest about how I felt towards you and other people. She says you followed all of the people the day before you said that Snapchat sent. It was not after. He says, cause for real, I'm a cheat on you just to look like cheater and make enemies with you when I could just go break up with you and go talk to as many girls as I want. She says one day before. He says, yeah, I follow people back. And then the next day, I comforted you about the pic. I confronted you about the pic. You didn't tell me anything about how it was just a hashtag post. And I liked his comment. Yeah, I was mad. That's the signal to drop in the DMs. Like, what do you mean? Like, if girls commented on my post and I was liking it and liking their photos, you'd be so salt. Shite. If I didn't love you, I'd just block you, not give you an explanation, and then go actually get with a bunch of the other girls. But I didn't just try to offend you back because I thought you were purposely trying to offend me. Like, believe me or don't believe me. It's up to you. If you want to be together, I'm ready for either. If we both deserve to be happy. And for real, if we break up, I ain't F with no hoes from around here. You gonna catch me in Cali or Florida? Hey, thank you, Kathleen. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let me get a drink. Okay. She says, how should I believe you when I keep finding out little lies like you like to not tell me? He says, I didn't lie about anything. I just didn't think of the Insta thing at all. Yes. Yeah, that definitely wasn't top of my conscience. Kenzie says, yeah, it's effing gross. He says, I'm sorry, Kenzie. I just love you. I got really offended, but it was a big misunderstanding. You gotta believe I only did my actions cause your actions, and I didn't mean it all, but I was offended at the comment and picture thing. And I know you understand why I was mad about that. Because if I did that, you would break up with me. She says, no, I honestly don't understand. I'm trying to have you explain before I break up with you. You literally told me yesterday if I cheated on you, you would break up with me. So why does it make it okay for you to cheat on me and me to stay with you? It doesn't matter if it was a misunderstanding or if you were mad or if you were offended. You did it. He says, Kenzie, we were broken up. 1 and 2, I didn't mean it. 3, I said I'm sorry and I know it was wrong and I'd never do anything like that again. Kenzie, if I broke up with you, started working it out with you, but then was liking girls' comments and pictures, you would be so salt. You wouldn't get back with me. So vice versa. That's what I seen. That's what I seen. You broke up with me, trying to work it out, and then talking to other dudes. Yeah, I flipped a switch and I got pissed as F. But that was my point of view. If you're never going to believe me and just going to look at me like that, then maybe we should break up because I'm not that person anymore. And if you can't see it, that I'm not that person anymore, why are we together? Who are you in love with then? Like nobody's perfect, but you are not your mistakes. Your mistakes don't define you whatsoever. I'd never define someone by their mistakes, but if you define me by my mistakes, then yes, let's break up so we can both be happy. And she says, okay, then, are we still broken up right now? If we were broken up, then, because you didn't ask me out and I didn't ask you out. I define you by your mistakes because you keep effing making them. I mean, I've been trying to effing work this out with you for days and I just keep finding out new information. I'm hurt, she says. He says, Kenzie, you got all the information. It was 2 things. And I know you're hurt, but I was too. I thought you were trying to hurt me, so I hurt you back. And I was going to ask you out, but I wanted it to be special, not over text or something. She says, I don't understand how you can do that to somebody that you're claiming you love so much. He says, if I didn't love you that much, I probably wouldn't have done that for real. I probably would have just hit you with a bye and blocked you. It's only made me so mad because I care about you. I wanted you to get mad too. She says, that just doesn't make any sense. And then she says, if you were so offended, you should have broke up with me. It's just becoming new reasons like that, not the reasons before. I thought it was because I liked the photo. This shite sucks. He says, no. The snap was the photo thing. But the other shite was just breaking up with me. You're playing with my heart hella hard to breaking up with me every week. Like I was for real, mad as F. And at the same time, I found out that my mom going into ICU Tuesday. Yeah, I was going effing crazy Try being afraid your mom is going to die. And then you think your girl who you just broke up with yesterday is talking to other people while trying to get back to you. Yeah, the emotional stress was crazy and I couldn't handle it and covered it subconsciously with anger instead of it being sad. I just said, nah, I'm mad. She says, I get that you feel like your life is falling apart, but why would you make it even worse by texting other girls? That's not going to fill the void. He says, I don't know, Kenzie. I was really mad, and I thought if I made you mad, it would make me feel better. She says, I just don't get how you can be so comfortable with Emily. It just makes me feel like you've been more comfortable with other females in the past. Question marks. How come you're not answering fast now? He says, because Angelo messed up my studio and I'm trying to fix it. He tried to mix and shite and messed it up. I really don't, to any females, what do you mean be comfortable how? She says, it just doesn't make sense on how you could be so comfortable sending that text message to Emily if you're not comfortable with other females. Like I'm getting input from somebody that has cheated before, so I know how it works. He says, I don't give an F. I was mad. It's just what I thought of. I was just trying to make you mad because I thought you were purposely trying to make me mad. Hi, Bucky Ann. Not, I don't give an F about the situation. I don't give an F about how comfortable I was doing any of that. I was just mad. Who are you getting input from? She says, my cheating friends, okay? LOL. He says they should hear my point of view from me, and then they would definitely back me up too. She says they read the conversation. He says, honestly, I don't even care anymore. There is nothing I can do anymore if you're not going to believe. And then she says, I believed you until you didn't tell me the full truth. He says, what didn't I tell you that I followed someone? Why would I have thought of it? I didn't even specifically follow anyone. It's not like I just followed one person. And all the things I did were out of spite. She says, yes, but it's all girls in my grade that you followed. Vivian is OP as F, and you followed her. He says, well, I was going through my followers and followed back people. That does not make it any better, she says. That makes it worse that you did it out of spite. He says, I got no idea. I'll block her. Then Kenzie says, you could have just talked to me and asked me about it. We've been together for 3 years and you know how I am. He says, Kenzie, I don't know. I wasn't in the right mind. You have to understand that. I was really offended by you. Like you act like I didn't go through nothing. Either like you broke up with me, I didn't break up with you. You broke up with me every week of this 2022. Yeah, I'ma be mad. It's every week. She says, you didn't chase after me. I told you if you do not get in the car that I'm going to leave and break up with you, and you should have chased me and you didn't. All you had to do was come talk to me in the car and we could have been good. He says, I told you I would go to your house and talk. She says, and I told you that's not happening and it wasn't an option. He says, I thought you were going to try and blackmail me or something. She says, my whole family was home. That was not happening. And you know that. He says, I said, if you gave me keys, we can talk. You said no. I wanted to make sure you weren't going to speed off or get in my house and call the cops or something because you weren't acting right. You know it. And I didn't want you to do something unreasonable or something you didn't mean, like try and send me to jail or try and throw rocks at me or something. Like I really wanted to get in, but I just felt like it was only going to get worse. She says, first of all, I wasn't going to give you the keys. Second of all, Why would I speed off and drive for no reason when gas is so effing expensive? 3, why would I call the cops when I'm inside of your house? I want nothing to do with that. You made it worse by not talking to me in this situation and pushing it under the rug. And he says, if there is a next time, I'll handle it differently. And she says, every time I catch you doing some BS, it's a different reason. There shouldn't be a next time. I should never have to feel that way. And I'm not saying you should either. And he says, if I hope there isn't. That should be up to you, she says. You're mature enough to know that's wrong. And then she says, and where were you in the woods that one night? He says, what? The woods? She says, you posted at 3 a.m. You asked, what's that? You asked, what does that mean? She says. At 3 a.m., she says. And he says, that question mark? He says, yup. He says, I didn't say what that mean. I just posted that. She says, what the F you doing outside? Huh? Question marks. Dominic says, and it was just my back porch. I walked outside to grab something from my car, and it was a dope photo. And he says, yeah, it was just the back porch. She says, in your expensive Balenciagas in the snow, what are you dressed all nice for? He says, I wasn't wearing anything nice. I was just wearing my Balenci's. And it was super fresh snow. Did do shite to my Balenci's after having to walk in the mud when I crashed the car. She says, you have a lot of self-proving to do and a lot of work to do to make me trust you again. Right now, you're in deep shite. He says, you're just going to have to wait and see, and you'll trust me again. She says, so I'm going to wait and see how you fix this because I'm not going to tell you you have. How? He says, how do I fix trust? You can't fix trust. You just have to see you can trust me. She says, once again, actions speak louder than words. Okay. He says, yeah, I'm not trying to use words. I'm just trying to tell you I don't think I can fix trust, but I know that over time, you'll know you can totally trust me. Then he says, my arms are straight fried. She says, from what? He says, just hit arms. She says, you can invite them, but these are the people that you cannot invite. You can't invite AJ. I need carts also. He said, LOL, I'm cool with whatever, but just don't invite AJ, he says. She says, you can't invite B unless he apologizes to me. He said, okay, that's cool too. She says, in my face, while looking in my eyes, he has to apologize to me or he can't come. Okay, I got you, he says. He says, meant to unmute, but accidentally ended it, my B. My mom is throwing up so bad right now, he says. We don't even know why. Kenzie says, take her to the hospital. What is going on? He says, I don't even know. She goes for surgery tomorrow anyway. What time? What's the plan tonight? She says. He says 11:30 a.m. She's throwing up because they gave her some type of laxative to clean out her system before surgery. Kenzie says, well, shouldn't she not be throwing up now? That's kind of dumb that they gave her that. Like, why wouldn't they give her it at night? Who is driving her to surgery? He says they have to give it to her to make sure her system is completely flushed by tomorrow. She says, Karina left if you want to hang out. He said, there can't be anything in her because they're literally cutting her open. Kenzie says, well, it's only 4. Why didn't they give it to her at night so she could at least feel comfortable? He says, yeah, what's that mean? Are you going to want to go out at all? Because if so, I want to shower. I smell from working out. And then he says, I don't know. I'm not the doctors. Let's just hope this goes good. And then he says, I really don't know how to feel. Like, I feel like I'm supposed to be sad, but I honestly just can't process it. I just don't want to think about it. She said, I was saying we can just watch movies. Like, we don't need to do anything or spend money. We can go to Allison's and then watch movies. He says, yeah, that sounds good. Can I shoot hoops for a little? She says, I guess. Then she says, just come get me after. Bet, he says. And then she says, I'm going to wash my hair and shower if you're going to hoop. He says, yeah, that's cool. I'm going to just shoot around. It don't seem like no one hooping anywhere today, so I won't be long. Okay, bet, she says. I'm out of the shower. He says, you want to skate? She says, I don't have the boards. He says, where are they? She says, in my car. My car is getting fixed. He says, where can we grab them? She said, the Brunswick Auto. I don't want to skate because of my toe. He says, dang, I want to be outside. She posts a picture of her toe, which is pretty bad. So the nail is all messed up. And he says, dang, WTF, it's still that bad? She posts another picture of her toe. She says, I just ripped off a layer of skin, so my shite is really bad right now. He says, I wouldn't do that. She says, this is what the compound is supposed to do. It's supposed to get rid of the wart. I think she means wart. He says, oh, so the wart isn't gone? She says, not fully. The little black specks is the wart. That's crazy. Can I go to High Point and hoop for a little? She says, Kay. She says, how long is this going to take? He says, definitely not long, tops hour and a half. I have a play at 7, so I'd probably be trying to get home before 6:30. We can go and meet, play at Allison's or something, 7, then watch a movie after. She says, just go pick up the stuff from Allison's and be ready to hang out, I guess. I didn't know we would be hanging out at like effing 7 o'clock at night. I thought we would hang out soon, but okay. Just go get the grape stuff and then text me back when you're home, I guess, or pick me up when you're on the way back. He says, I'm sorry, it's really nice. And I'm trying to hoop. If there is no one at the park, I'll just come back. Travis and Joey are going though, so we're going to see. Okay, she says. Then she says, I don't like them. He says, I'm just trying to hoop. She says, my mom's making steaks. He says, lit, I'm almost done hooping. She says, go to Allison's, then get me. They close at 8. You're joking. Like, I know you're not playing that I'm going to be a terrible reply right now after everything that just happened. He says, when I told you I was almost done, had to finish game. She says, I didn't know I had to ask to be treated like this. He says, Kenzie, everything looks better on social media. You know this. I asked you to hoop. I'll go to Allison's though. You know I love you and care about you, but you can't get me to that point. You can't make me freak out. Like, I can't keep doing this. I've been under emotional stress my whole life since I was a little kid. I just wanted to stop. I don't like the fighting. I've watched my mom fight for years with my dad, then with Troy, then with Ryan. And if you can't believe me and always going to think that of me, then break up with me because you're not going to be happy, babe. I want you to be happy. And then he says, like, for real, I can't keep going through this emotional stress. It's either going to make me suicidal or heartless. I don't want either. If something happens to my mom tomorrow, I'm never going to forgive myself, and I will probably go with her. Like, for real. I was okay now. I'm not. I'm all worked up. Like, I just want to relax and watch a movie. And all I wanted was for you to be there for me today and tomorrow. And she says, no. You think that's how I feel. Somebody that loves me would never cheat on me or make me feel that way, that you make me feel a relationship should always be fun and loving. There shouldn't be this much tension and anger in a relationship, obviously. I'm not going to be able to stop thinking about what you did. It doesn't matter what I did first or what do you think I did. You still did something so much worse. And it's just not fair or forgettable. You know I care about your mom and what's going on, but I can't just let you treat me this way. Nothing you can say is going to make me feel better about the situation. You are causing this emotional stress on yourself. I was telling you how I feel, and then you started freaking out and spit on me, so I left, of course. I did it. I did it. Let you hug me. Why would, I think she means I didn't let you hug me. Why would I let you hug me after you just talked to me like that? I wanted to be there for you too, but when you make me feel like shite, I have to leave. She said, if you just wanted to stop, then be better and make the change because you're the only one making yourself feel that way. You control your emotions and how you feel. I'm done letting you make me feel any type of way because you just used to be like a effing rag doll. This whole relationship, yes, you do nice things for me and you buy me things, but it's more than that. I need affirmations from you and I need to feel loved and I need to trust, and there's nothing coming from you. I didn't feel any love from you when I came over today. I just felt blank. He says, Kenzie, I'm so sorry, but if you had going on what I got going, you'd be acting crazy. I thought you were trying to take shots at me. So I did to you. I was really hurting. I was really hurt thinking you were doing that. And why didn't you tell me that you weren't? Were you trying to play with my feelings? Anyway, even if you wasn't like that, even if that doesn't make sense. Even if it wasn't like that, like you should have just told me, and then we would have been back together. And yeah, that day I found out my mom had surgery Tuesday, and yeah, I was super emotional. She says, you can say that 1,000,000 times, and it's not going to mean anything. And he says, and no, I don't treat you like a rag doll. What do you mean by treating you like a rag doll? Like this past year, I've treated you better than anyone I know. If anyone else said not even half the things you did to me, I'd smack them in the mouth, smack them in the mouth, and I'd just brush it off like it's nothing. She says, I don't care what you got going on or how crazy you feel or what do you thought I was trying to do. It still does not make it right that you still betrayed my trust. I really don't want to have to block you, she says. He says, Kenzie, why didn't you just tell me that it was a hashtag earlier and explain earlier then? You were trying to make me feel like an option, and you know that. She says, you are effing delusional. I'm all done. He says, what were you trying to do then? And that's all that's doing is making me feel like you're talking to other people. like, if you were trying to get back with me, why didn't you explain that earlier? Because I still feel like you were trying to make me feel like an option, because you could have at least explained that if we were getting back together. She says, "You're just proving my point of being a revolving door in my life." He says, "What do you mean? I'm just asking why you didn't explain." She says, "I told you 85 times that I liked a picture, thought a hashtag, through a hashtag. And I wasn't looking if it was a girl or a boy because I like every single picture. I like multiple girls' pictures and I like multiple boys' pictures. It's not a big deal. They are random people in a hashtag, and you know this." And then she said, "So once again, I'm all done here. Stop texting me." He says, "Why didn't you explain when you were trying to get back with me? Why did you wait to make me feel shitey? To make me feel shitey?" Okay, let's see. She says, "Sure." Then she says, "What we're not going to do is turn this on me. You are a cheater and you cheated on me. You need some mental help. The way you treat women is disgusting." And he says, "Kenzie, we were broken up. Why didn't you explain to me earlier?" And he says, she says, "I'm sorry, if we were broken up, then it doesn't matter. We were broken up, so I didn't feel like I needed to explain." And Dom says, "I don't know. That's feeling fake. Why are you just saying that now?" She says, "If we were broken up and doesn't matter." He says, "Okay, then what I did doesn't matter because we were broken up." She says, "Exactly. I'm just playing your stupid little mind game. Stop trying to manipulate me." Then she says, "You cheated on me. You can say whatever you want to clear your conscience, but it's not going to work. It would been better if you just liked or followed random girls. You followed people in my grade. You're effing weird. You're a grown man." He says, "Okay, Kenzie, I thought you were trying to hurt me, and you would have never seen if I liked any post you had me blocked." She says, "You're 20 years old trying to talk to girls in my grade. I'm just a little bit confused on how I'm 17 years old and can handle relationships and maturity way better than you could ever do. Okay, I'm going to block you." He says, "Who am I trying to talk to in your grade? Block me. I don't care. You tried to make me feel like an option first, and that's how I feel now." She says, "You are a cheater. Cheaters never change." He says, "I'm stressed out. I'm sick to my stomach. I got a headache. Like, if you're going to make this, if you're going to always make me feel like an option, then leave me. Because you say all the time, you got so many guys hitting you up." She says, "You are actually repulsive." He says, "Say you can just leave me." She says, "If you want me to make you feel like an option, then so be it." He says, "No, the past 6 months, you have been repulsive. You have been mean as F to me." And she says, "Oh, yeah, keep going. Come on." He says, "Yeah, I did one bluff and you break up with me every week. You threaten the cops on me. You threaten to get with other dudes like every week. Like, you know, you do that. You definitely try and make me feel like an option lately." She said, "We are so effing done." He says, you just did earlier to, you showed me with all your DMs saying you can answer them. And you've said that many times." She says, "You are effing terrible. You are a effing terrible person. She says, yeah, I'm just going to let you know again that you just ruined every last bit of change that you had with me. I'm sure she means chance. Just think, just to think, I think she means just to think, I thought we would actually be something, and I wasted my whole entire high school effing with some low life drug dealer. She doesn't bring anybody down, right? Who treats women like shite. We can go there too. I can go there too. You deserve all the karma that's coming your way, and you're about to get effed with karma. He says, I don't care, Kenzie. I love you. I'm glad you're never going, I'm glad, because you're never going to believe me and see me differently. So I hope you can be with someone else and be happy. She says, you do not love me. If you loved me, you would never have cheated on me in the first place. And he says, and see, you try to make me feel shitey again. I'm a low-life drug dealer. She says, now you can stop saying that. He says, I never knew what love was. Thank you for showing me. She says, you do not love me. I am not your babe. You are a effing cheater. He says, I'll love you forever for that. She says, thank you for ruining my whole life. I effing hate you. He says, I still love you. She says, no, you do not. Now you can stop saying that. And he says, and I still hope your life is amazing. And she says, and I hope you go to effing jail. F you. And he says, I'm sorry you feel that way. She says, you deserve to feel how you made me feel. Like, honestly, I should just really F up your whole life. Like, honestly, I could do that in like 3 seconds. You're so worried about your mom, but you're treating me like shite. Why aren't you there for her? But you're treating me like shite. Your mom would break down in the pieces if she had seen how you talked to me and treated me. He says, I'm not treating you like shite. All I've been doing is asking why you didn't tell me and telling you how you made me feel. She says, you are effing disgusting. And I can't believe I ever lost my virginity to you. He said, you're treating me like shite. She said, you're damn effing right. He said, you've only said mean things. She says, now you get to feel how you made me feel. You ruin everything good that comes into your life. You can't even prove to me that you're not a cheater because you know deep down that it's still in you and always will be. He said, probably because I'm just afraid it's going to leave me like everything else in my life. And then he said, no, it's not, because I wasn't me then. She says, you're still that same person. He says, deep down, I'm the most caring person ever. She says, you will always be that person. He said, I'll never be that person again. She says, you're dang right, because you treat the people who gave the most you gave the most to you, I'm sure she means, like shite. She says, maybe if you were never that person again 2 years ago, things would have been different. You always like to change when it's too late. He says, Kenzie, I've been changing for years. I'm angry you knew me then. She says, you can never change just because you want to. And you want to make this relationship work and for me to feel good with you. You are not sorry. You're trying to manipulate me and lie to my face. You know you do not care. And saying that you care is not helping anything. Anything that comes out of your mouth is a guarantee lie. I don't even know how your own mother believes anything that comes out of your mouth. Like, You are a straight liar, a pathological manipulator. He says, no, I care so much. Like, we've been together almost 4 years. Why would I not care? Like, I tried not to care so hard, and I always ended up back with you till I realized I loved you more than anyone in the world. She says, you don't even. She was pretty girls. You pick ugly biatches to really effing hurt me. We've been together for 3 years and now we're done. If you loved me more than anyone in the world, you would never have treated me like this, and I would be treated like the effing goddess I am. He says, I love you and I hope you find happiness with someone else if it's not with me. She says, I would have presents every day. You would give me daily affirmations. You can't even answer the effing phone. That is not love. You consistently vibrate at a effing low frequency and just suck the positive out of everybody. You are a revolving door who only sees the point in his head. You could never see how I think you crushed me and ruined my spark. I don't care what you think or why you did it or whatever the F is going on in your stupid little head. You effing cheated on me. And Dom says, I have been all year, but last months I haven't felt good. She says, this whole year with you has effing sucked. You have not made me feel loved or special all year. He says, and Kenzie, I feel terrible about that. I cried for a week about how I wish I could go back in time the first time we broke up. She says, I don't care that you cried for a effing week. Stop trying to manipulate. He says, that's part of our astrology. It says we both don't feel loved because we show it differently or something. Hold on, I gotta get a drink. She says, think about the millions of times you have made me cry by treating me like pure shite. She said, you do not try. You do not give effort. You are lazy in the relationship. All you care about is your effing self. He says, no. Like I was broken. I felt terrible. It was eating me up. It still eats me up. I'll always feel terrible about it. She says, then why do you effing still do it, you disgusting pig? Why do you still do it? Why do you still do it then? Why do you still do it then? Your mind is still working like the mind of a cheater. That doesn't leave you. He says, I do try in the relationship, but I have daily things I got to do. I'm trying to retire young. She says, you will always have the mind of a cheater. He says, and that's for both of us. She says, I'm going to live an amazing life with or without you. With or without you. Okay. She says, I don't need no effing man or little boy to be successful or effing happier or effing rich. He says, no, I won't. That wasn't me. That was only me for a little, to be honest. Before I was with Hannah, I would have never cheated on a girl after her. I just felt like girls were pieces of shite and use you till they find someone better. I thought love was an insecurity. She says, I do not care at all. It has been 3 years and you cheated on me. He says, I thought love wasn't real like I told you. I was effed up. I didn't even think love was real. She says, you followed back to people in my grade the day before. I even liked that photo. He says, I literally found in my notes from years ago me writing paragraphs about how love isn't real. She says, you had your full intentions set. She says, you knew what you were going to do. He says, I'm not going to keep explaining. Believe me or don't believe. I was mad and really offended. I wouldn't have gotten that offended if I didn't love you that much. Like, for real. Like, what are you trying to do? Make me have a mental breakdown when my mom has the most important day of her life in 12 hours? She says, no, I'm making you see what you effing did wrong because clearly you still have 1 million reasons of why it was okay. He said, like, I'm gonna just have to block you at some point because I, for real, can't take this. Like, all I've had my whole life is something to be depressed about, and I don't want to be depressed. She says, blocking me will never remove the pain from your heart and the regret. You haven't even tried to fix any of the situation. You're just trying to have the relationship be effing normal. How do you expect me to want to say, I love you, I want to hug you, after you just texted a girl to link and do drugs? And then you try to force me to hug you. He says, Kenzie, how can I fix trust? Like, I've been thinking how, but it's trust. You're just going to have to see. Yes, yeah, I feel really bad because I yelled at you. She says, I waited 2 years and then you just broke last trust. You effing spit on me. I literally feel disgusting right now. He says it was by accident. I was yelling. I feel really bad. And I said I was sorry like 5 times. She said, I don't care what you did after you effing did it. He said, look, Kenzie, I'm about to have a mental breakdown. So just leave me alone. I'm sorry. She said, you still did it. Saying sorry is not going to change anything. What are you not getting about your words not meaning anything? I try so effing hard, and then you effing do that? He said, if my mom dies tomorrow, my life is over. She said, I will be there for you tomorrow, but you are not allowed to treat me like this. He said, why now? You going to be there for me? Like I'm already having a mental breakdown. I'm already freaking out. Like I've just asked you to be there for me for 2 days. She said, you cheated on me. How am I supposed to effing comfortably be there for you for multiple days of my head that my boyfriend of 3 years texted one of my friends asking to do drugs with her? I am deeply uncomfortable at that statement, and I'm physically ill that you would even thought to text her that, even if it was just to hurt me. This is my most sensitive topic, and one of the reasons I am not the person I was freshman year because you cheated on me, and then you did it again. You know how I feel about cheating, and you did it again. He says, I feel shitey. You didn't tell me why you were liking his comments and photos. I'm done with this. I feel like shite. I'm going to bed. I put all my time and energy in you this past year and have neglected my family so hard for you. And now I feel terrible because if anything happens to my mom, I'll never forgive myself. She says this is literally the worst thing anybody can do to anybody. If anyone is trying to make anyone feel like an option, that was you. So you're just putting this under the rug? Like, are you kidding? Why are you not learning anything? He said, no, Kenzie, I feel terrible. I'm sorry. But right now I can deal with this. She says, I'm telling you, that would be a very bad decision. He said, since as long as I can remember, I told myself, when my mom dies, I'm going with her. I still stand by that. She says, wow, thank you for letting me know what I am too. You are a effing terrible person. I literally cannot believe you said that. He said, you know I love you, but I don't know how to feel right now. She said, let me know now because I'm not doing this anymore. She said, I'm done giving my efforts to somebody who does not care about how I feel. He says, let you know what? I care about how you feel. I feel terrible right now. You might lose your boyfriend over some dumb shite. I might lose my mom tomorrow. The only person who has ever stood by my side and loved me and been there for me no matter what. She says, this is not dumb shite. Why are you not learning? Are you saying I have not been there for you? Like, you are literally joking. He says, you're not there for me right now. She says, you cheated on me. He said, I told you earlier I don't want to fight. I have a lot of stress. Kenzie, I didn't mean it. And we were broken up. Are you serious? OMG, she says. He says, like, I thought you were cheating on me. She says, if I know you are still not saying that. He says, like, what I did was wrong. I know. She says, like, I know you didn't just say that. Like, I know you didn't. You bring all this effing stress on your effing self. I would be an angel if you just treated me with respect and love. I deserve the respect and love any human deserves. Do you want me to just kiss your arse after you effing cheated on me? Do you expect everything to just be effing normal? It's not going to be normal. I can't even say I love you without wanting to cry. You effing crushed my heart into a million pieces after it was already taped back together 2 times. And he says, my whole life has never been normal. All I've wanted since I was a little kid is to be normal. She says, you do not care how I feel. You do not try to grow or change. He says, I do, but Kenzie, I'm going crazy right now. Like, I'm literally going crazy. Like, you know how my family is. And you know how we are with stress. Like, we are not normal. Yeah, I'm more normal, but my dad's side tends to go off the deep end and lose their mind. She says, I want to be there for you, but I don't know if I can. I can't keep letting you hurt me. He says, like, when I tell you I cannot do it, I literally cannot do it anymore. That's when I feel like I'm losing my mind. She says, you're still not even chasing. You just give up. He says, because I can't do it anymore. I'm exhausted. Like, I'm ready to give up on life at this point. Like, what's the point? Like, my whole life, I've just felt emotional pain. My whole life. She says, the point of life is to live, love, and grow, and figure out your true purpose of life. And he says, yeah, and you make me feel alive and want to love people and be a better person. And she says, then why do you break my heart every effing month and shatter it and break it every last inch of trust in my body? And he says, like, I'm bawling my eyes out in my bed right now. Like, I really need you. She says, you can't keep sucking the life out of me. He says, because I can't keep being this stressed out, especially when I had a crippling Xanax addiction. She says, I want to be there for you, but I don't trust what's coming out of your mouth. He says, like, when you yell at me and I whip into my mailbox, that's me losing my mind. That's me feeling like I have multiple personality disorder. She says, I can't keep getting betrayed. He says, it's mainly because of stress. When I get past a point, I don't feel like myself. That's why I don't like knives or guns. Not because I think I'm going to do something, but I feel like if I go off the deep end, I'll end up doing something I regret. That's why I tell you, don't get me to that point like, you don't know how hard I struggle with this sometimes. I'm not going to keep going. I'm just going to keep bringing up random crazy shite. She says, you shouldn't get to that point. It should never be a thing. I'll really be there for you, but you break my trust all the time, and that just really hurts my heart. Like, you can see it coming out in my skin, how bad you are hurting me. He says, Kenzie, I wasn't always like this, but I'm honestly crazy. And I don't want to tell you stuff like that because I don't want you to be afraid of me. And she says, I tell you that I will kill people like all the time. I would rather you be open with me rather than push things under the rug and keep it in because that's when it gets bad. I've been in therapy my whole life. If anything, I can help you and make you feel better. You do not scare me. He says, can you come back? She says, I don't want you to spit on me or yell at me. He says, keep volume and energy down and you got it. If you are calm, yes, of course, but I can't deal with the fighting right now. She says, no, that's not how it's going to. You are not going to yell at me, freak out, or spit on me. I will just sit there and you can talk to me, but you cannot do any of those things. And as soon as your voice is raised, I'm going home. And if you can't do that, I'm not coming. Okay, but you can't be mean to me, he says, or yell at me or anything, because I'll just have to leave the room. I will walk away if it starts to get heated at all. And she says, no, it's either going to go my way or I'm not coming because I'm not going to say anything until you are done. And you better not say anything R word as F either. Like, I will be gone in seconds. So you better keep it extremely respectful, she said, and we can watch a movie after if you make it through. He said, it's already late. Maybe we should just go to bed. Bro, she says, question marks. Figure it out. Why are you wasting my time? Do you want me to come or not? Why the F do you literally bag? And then when I finally effing agree after you bag, then you say no? Pick now. He says, I don't think it's a good idea. Don't want to fight again. I have a headache for the past 3 hours. I think it's from stress. She said, so what you're saying is, you're incapable of saying something R word? He says, I just want to go to bed soon. And he says, no, it's just all I really wanted was a hug and to go to bed. And she says, you can come here if you want. We can all watch a movie. My mom is also here for you. He says, I don't think I can go there for a bit. They don't understand me. They just see all the bad things I've done. She says, my mom is right by me, and she's saying that she loves you, and she will hold you through this. So, do you want to come here, or do you want me to come to you? We can all watch a movie. He says, I don't know if I can. I have a terrible headache. I just want to go to bed. My headache is turning into a migraine. It keeps getting worse. She says, I will just come there, be there for you and not say a word. He says, I love you. She says, or you can come here. Let me know. We can just watch a movie and not even talk. He says, I don't know, Kenzie, my head hurts. And I don't know how comfortable I am to show my face. And she says, you don't have to be alone. No one is going to judge you. Agree? He says, I need to figure out my headache. Here, she says, we have headache meds here, and we have tea. He says, I don't want to take meds. She said, herbal tea. Just come, bro. Don't be alone tonight. Let me know. Why did you just beg me to come over and say you need me? Then now you're saying you want to be alone. He said, I want to see you, but I don't want to end up fighting, and I don't think I can watch a movie with my headache. On the way, she says, okay, let me unlock it. Then he says 1 to 35, 2 to 60, 3 to 90, maybe 85, 4 to 115, maybe 110. And then it's the next day, and she says, why won't the biatch get off the stairs? I want to go on that. He says, there is 2 stairs. Go on the other one. Okay, she says. He says, people do that. Be so dumb on like the machine. There's only one of them. Well, I guess they're at the gym. And this is literally like when his mother's getting operated on, it seems. Yeah, I don't know how to go on it now. He says, like, biatch, if you're going to do this the whole time, go run up your stairs at home. Ask her. I never use them. She says, the machine is S. It is not working. Like, I don't even know how to use this shite. She literally got off when I went on the other one. What the F? Then she says, I might go out to the car soon. I'm tired. He says, that's fine. I'll come. She says, let me know when I'm just on the treadmill. I need carts, she says. Can I come get them and go do a sale? What do I do with all the money? He says, what do you mean? She's showing bathing suits. Bathing suits. What are you doing now? She says. Where are you at? How long? He says, I'm sorry, I'm late, I'm starving. I'm starving too, just had some inconveniences. She says, I appreciate you telling me. He says, I love you, Noog. She says, bro, where are you? Here, he says. She said, I'm also waiting for receipts on you sending that text to Blur. He says, you want to see rest of the convo? I thought you went to bed. She said, I'm waiting for the screenshot. I'm waiting. I'm effed up, by the way. He says, Kenzie, I didn't F up. My homie was going through some shite, and I was trying to be there for him. She said, do you have 20 minutes? Oh, shoot. Hold on a minute. He says, nah, I'm mad, and I'm not going to talk to you when I'm mad. She says, do you have until the end of the day to make this right? And if you can't do that, I'm done. You literally just keep proving yourself that you can't change, and it's effing hurtful. I was literally walking home until you had to freak out and be an effing psychopath. He said, now you tripping. If you're going to break up with me over that, then just be gone. Then just be done. Break up with me now, because for real, I was just trying to sleep more, and I got mad because I'd said I'd go, and I got up, and now I'm completely up. And then you started walking home, and that green shite makes me irritable as F. That's why I don't want to drink it. Yeah, we need to just drop those petty arguments, because we're only going to fight more and more. I just stopped talking and whipped you home real quick because I didn't want to fight. Do you want to try to skate today? Sorry, I got mad, he says. She's sending him more bathing suits. He says, are you at Polaris? She said, yeah, LOL. I'm definitely dropping out. He said, drop out and let's go to Florida next week. She said, again, I'm down to just go to Florida. Why are you saying next week? He says, if you're dropping out, let's go sooner. She said, I'm not changing the dates. I would rather just go toys twice. He says, okay, then we'll just wait till spring break. Then, because I was thinking we could go to Florida now because it's hot, then go somewhere else. She says, Shay was like, girl, you're in the wrong. It's not hot there. So yeah, I just unadded her. Who? He says. She says, we can go to Florida twice if you want, but I'm not changing the dates. Shay. He says, oh. She says, she posted the kid and was telling me I'm in the wrong. He says, I'm not going to Florida twice. She says, okay, cool. He said, I was saying we could go to Florida soon, then go to Virginia Beach, but it's cool. We can just go to Florida. Okay, she says. He says, do you want to skate today or do something outside? Then he says, I can't believe Shay said you're in the wrong. He says, I love you, babe. Sorry we fought this morning. And he says, also, when you're out of school, hit me up. Let's pass that kid's house. She said, I told you the skateboards are in my car. He said, there's no way we can just grab them. And Beanie posted his girlfriend. She says, I don't know if we can go grab them. I don't care. She says, we can go get the skateboard, so I'm not trying to have you be mean to me. He says, why would I be mean to you? I'm just trying to skate with you. It's nice. She says, when do you want to go? He says, I'm about to come over, saving my song. She says, I'm hungry. He says, what you trying to get? She says, I don't know. Something healthy. He says, I'm here. What's the plan? She says, okay, I'm just not going to go. I'm just not going to go. I told you as soon as you're mean to me, there's going to be a problem, and you were already mean, so I'm not going. He says, Kenzie, you were being mean to me. I was just trying to know if we can go hit my joint, and I said, it's what we doing, or you just gonna do that? I don't care if you do that. I'm gonna just go smoke my J, like that. It's not a big deal. She said, you said, are you just going to sit there like a D with an attitude? And that was rude. He said, no, I didn't, Kenzie. I said it like I said the rest of the shite I said. I wasn't trying to get attitude. He said, do you want condados? I could go for that. She says, is that GMO? Like, I'm not eating cheese with milk in it. Call and ask them. And then he says, I'm going to look online. She says, call and ask. He says, yeah, I like the queso, but I'm going for tacos. She says, call and ask. He says, I am right now. She goes, he says, I asked them and been on hold for 2 minutes. He says, who account is that? She says, I don't even know. He says, what about it? Why did you send it? She says, someone just commented on my TikTok with that account. He said, non-GMO, let's go. Quick cause, it's not going to be hot all day, and I really want to enjoy the sun, he says. Okay, she says. St. Patrick's Day parade, she says. Where, he says. You don't want to go to the parade, she says? Or to the town hall? When are you going to be ready? Faith wants me to go get her vape, LMFAO. Do I have time to go to the vape district? He says, I don't know. Angelo said we're going at like 4. How far is the vape district? She says 24 away, so I don't know. I feel bad. I'm not going to help her addiction, LOL. I feel bad though. Do you know where my ring is? I'm a freak out. My big ring. Dom, answer. And then he says, Sean says he sees a few people wearing shorts. He's wearing shorts. He got biatched at. So either way, you good. He says, do whatever you're more comfortable with. She says, I know you're not, I think she means coming, like, I know you're not something me right now. 5 seconds to answer. LMFAO, are you serious right now? Question marks, question marks. Where is my ring? Look for my ring. Where are you? He said, on the way, I just got in the car. Angela was grabbing his phone. Kay, she says. He says, it's going to be fun as F. WTF, she says. He says, WTF, perhaps need to just restart. Go back to the basics. She says, for real, it's insane. They doing too much. He says, everything is bad for us. She says, they literally killing us without us knowing. She's talking about her food. She wants to go like, all natural now. And maybe that's why the mother said she doesn't eat fast food, because maybe she changed at the end, maybe. He says, phones are great, but I guess I got to try to not use it as much. I'm going to get some type of menthol thing to clear your nose. I don't know if I have a solution for tonight, but we could get a humidifier and stuff for you. She says, yeah, I can't breathe good. It's honestly scaring me, even out of my mouth. I feel like I have to try so hard. He said, that's why I try not to get yourself worked up over it. It might make it worse, or think about it too hard. Do you want to open the window a little behind you, get some fresh air? He said, anxiety can give you shortness of breath. So just try not to get worked up over it. That'll make it worse. You're young and your body is really healthy. You'll be okay. She says, I don't know what to do. He says, don't force air or try super hard. That'll irritate your nose. I'd just try to breathe out of your mouth, and sleep, I guess, is your best bet. Menthol helps congestion. I don't have anything like that though, but tomorrow we could go get shite to help it. But at 4 a.m., I don't know what we can do. She said, I'll just stay up, babe. You can go to bed. He says, I wouldn't try to stay up. Just relax and you'll probably get some sleep and not even know it. You haven't been smoking weed, so your body isn't getting as much deep sleep, which is okay, but it's probably making you feel like you're not sleeping, but you're just getting a lot of REM sleep, which is very beneficial. It's just more conscious state of sleeping. He says, like, where you can lucid dream and stuff. She says, I want that. I like crazy dreams. He says, well, you should get hella REM sleep. She says, I didn't go to Polaris, LOL. He says, why, babe? She says, I hate it. He says, I'm home, Nook. What's the plan? She says, we can go to the market. He says, you want to do that tomorrow morning? She says, I guess. He says, let's find something fun we can do before it's shitty weather for 2 weeks again. She says, what should we do? He says, I don't know. Let's try and think of something. She says, want to go to a cave? She's sending him a bunch of stuff, and he says, that's 2.5 hours. Let's do that another day and leave in the morning. She says, it's 12. We'd get there at 3. Not bad at all. He says, yeah, but there's a cave. We're going to be in the dark all day anyway. Zoo, botanical gardens, the Akron football stadium. Oh, she says, we could go to that science place. I feel like the zoo is not going to be that fun. Excuse me. He says, what science place? And then he says, is the botanical garden outside? And she said, I think it's called the Science Center. He said, I've never been there. She said, it's Great Lakes Science Center. Do you want to go there? It's so dope. I haven't been there since I was little. I want to go. Or the History Museum. And then she says, Coventry is around there too, and they have some cool shite. He says, look up this. It looks really cool as F. She says, we could go there if you want. Then she says, History Museum has dinosaur bones in it. And then he says, I have no idea what it is. I just want to be outside and soak up some sun. And she says, okay, well, you're just wasting time, so let me know. He says, You want to just go to that football stadium or to the botanical gardens? She says, I don't want to go to the bottom. I'm not trying to do that. He says, botanical, you mean, not bottom? So football stadium? Then she says, I guess. So I just feel like we could do something more fun than both of those things, but I guess we can just go to the football stadium. He says, we could just hang out and ride the mini bike and skate, then go to the science center later. She said, I do not want to do that. He said, or the history place. She said, I'm just going to go back on Fortnite, I guess. He said, the museum closes at 9. You want to go there a little later? She says, I thought you wanted to be outside. Like, what is going on? You're making me mad. And then she says, like, I really want to figure this out, and I'm about to just go to bed. Like, I got a fortnight thinking we're going to go somewhere. I got off, she means. And then I've just been sitting on my arse doing nothing, waiting for you for an hour. So can we figure this out now? Because I'm getting annoyed. And he said, I said we go to the museum a little later when it gets colder and starts raining. And then he says, right now we can do whatever. She says, so are we just doing nothing? Like question marks, okay. He says, okay, you want to just go to the science center or whatever. You wanted to do it in like an hour. I wanted to be outside, but it's cool. We can do that, or the museum. She says, what are we going to do that outside? Like, what are we going to do that outside? Because so far, I've only given options that are outside. He says, what? I'm confused. You said science center and museum, and they're both inside. And the cave, which is outside. Bro, we need to figure this out now. Like, I'm getting effing pissed, she said. She says, figure it out. He says, Kenzie, chill. It's fine. Let's go to the science center. It sounds dope. She goes, okay, when? Because I literally have just been sitting here for 2 hours. He says, let me shower here in a second, talking to my dad and Angelo. Don't have to wash my hair, so it won't be long. She goes, you still haven't showered? Oh my, OMG. Then she says, why were you so worried about being outside if you still haven't showered? You're not even ready to do anything yet. WTF, you're seriously making me mad. He says, because my dad is here and he's usually not here. So I'm just so I'm just chilling with him and Angelo. Also, I don't have to wash my hair, so I can shower quick as F. OMG. Yeah, I'm about to go to bed or something. I'm done waiting around and wasting my time, she says. Okay, Kenzie, I'm sorry. You could have come and chilled with us. I was just trying to chill with my dad before we leave all day. Like, I'm just smoking a J with him, real quick, shooting hoops. She says, what are you talking about? WTF? Are you for real? Like, you're joking right now? Like, you're joking. I know you did not. Just text me that. I'm not hanging with you today. Dumb as F. He says, what? Why is that dumb as F? Here, I'ma just go and get in the shower. In 5-10 minutes, if you still want to go, we can. Do you still not want to go, or you just want to go now? She says, I don't know. Are you going to be annoying? He goes, how would I be annoying? She says, I don't know. Maybe go through a whole conversation all day and then message you just texted me. I don't know. So are you going to be annoying? He says, I don't think so, but you think I'm going to be annoying, then we don't have to go. She says, so are we not going? We would have already been at the cave right now. He says, I don't want to go and us not have a good time. We can go though. She says, okay. Am I going to go to bed or are we going? He says, Are you in a bad mood? If so, just go to bed and we can go somewhere later. Excuse me. And then she says, you're making me in a bad mood. And I was like, and I was ready to go 3 hours ago. Like everything that's coming out of your mouth is just making me more mad. Why are you doing this? Like, figure it out right now, but I'm going to effing bed. And he says, Kenzie, I was just getting home from the gym at 12. I've been ready since 2:30. She says, she says, are we going or not? Answer effing now. Like it's almost like you're trying to piss me the F off. Figure it out. He says, I'm not trying to piss you off. I just don't want to go if we're going to end up arguing. Like, I know you didn't get good sleep, and that's probably making you more irritated. So I was just saying you could sleep. If you want, that museum closes at 9. We have all day. She says, bro, I'm going to give you one last chance to figure this out. This is your last chance. He says, well, are you going to get mad if I say I don't want to go? This is crazy. Because I feel like a museum later better anyway. I can make that edible coconut oil. She says, is that a no? He says, would you be mad? You want to just go to West Side Market, get food? I'm hungry now. Core Life, no GMOs. She says, no shite? Question marks. Okay, cool. So do I block you? This is crazy. He says, I don't know how to respond that to. I didn't know if you wanted me to respond. I'm making coconut oil right now, the coconut oil. She says, why have you been annoying as shite all day and you're still being annoying? Like, I'm really going to have to block you soon. He says, okay, I'm going to try to stop being annoying. She says, like, for real, you really just wasted my whole day. Like, I could have done some other shite and then instead I waited for you to just be annoying. He says, I wasn't trying to be annoying. That's my bad. Next time I'll just pick what to do. I just thought you weren't in a good mood from not sleeping. She says, oh, are you for real? Like, did that just come out of your mouth and sent? Like, did you actually think that through before sending me that message? Like, what the F is wrong with you? He says, why is that making you mad? She says, I'm mad because you're annoying as shite and wasting my time. Like, you're the one who wanted to be outside all day and I didn't want to go anywhere and didn't want to go anywhere inside. And then you're the one who just wasted my effing day and stayed inside all day. Like, if you want to be outside so bad, you would have instead, but he was shooting hoops with his dad. You would have been, instead of you effing had to take 4 hours to do anything. Like, it wasn't even going to be nice out when you are ready anyways. He says, I was just hooping all day. We can do whatever you want now. She goes, why would you just start hooping? See, that is the exact problem. Don't effing ask me to hang out and rush me to be outside, then start playing basketball. Dumb as F. He says, what I did that after you didn't respond for a while. She said, no, you started playing basketball as you were rushing me that you would want to be outside. You played basketball with whoever the F you were playing it for no reason when you should have been effing showering and getting ready. Like, are you effing okay in your head right now? He says, oh, with my dad? Yeah, that's my bad. I was just trying to chill with him for a second. Want to go to Delmonico's? She says no, because it's probably filled with GMO, and I'm not effing eating that. And I thought you wanted to be outside. He says, it's 6:30 now. It's getting colder and it's going to rain soon. I don't care now. I was playing basketball all day. She says, so you just got to do what you want. And I waited and wasted my effing time. What's that supposed to mean? He says, want me to check if it's GMO? And he says, no, I wanted to do something fun with you, but I didn't want to end up fighting or something. I was pretty bored all day playing basketball, but at least I was outside. I'm going to check if it's GMO. He says, I think it's not GMO. Let me double check. It's not GMO. Do you want to go? Fine, she says. He says, when do you want to go? Oh boy. Effing now, I guess, because I already waited like all day to do nothing, question marks. This kid want to link with me for some in 15. You want to go right after? OMG, she says. He says, I can meet him on the way too. She says, literally, like I can just not go. So figure this out right now. He says, it's 15 minutes till he here. She says, I can just not go. So figure it out. So figure it out. He says, he's coming. Who? She says. So I'm not going then? I'll just get food here. The F. He says, yes, you're going. What do you mean? You're going to come with me. I'ma serve him on the way. She says, my mom, I just made food, like I'm not trying to deal with this BS right now. Like, you are wasting my time today, aren't you? So you're not coming, he says. She says, are you effing dumb? Like, you must seriously trying to make me freak the F out today. Like, are you effing? Why the F do you have to squeeze in a sale? Why did you effing ask me to go get food with you just for you to do something in 15 minutes? Like, are you effing okay? Like, I would answer right now if I were you, because I'm really effing over this whole time. Okay? He says, so we're going in about to come pick you up. She says, no, I don't want to go on that effing sale. And I honestly don't believe that they are not GMO, because Condado also lied to us. He says, you want me to grab you after I go? They just going right up the street. She says, dude, no, like it's either we're going now or I'm not going with you. And my mom is going to make food. He says, Kenzie is going to be there in 2 minutes. It's literally going to make it 1 minute longer. She says, did you have till 7:30 to be here? And if you're not here before 7:30, there's going to be a problem. Timer is starting now, she says. If you're not here before that, I'm not coming and we have a problem. He says, Kenzie, I'll be there in like 5 minutes. I met the kid at McDonald's. We can ask Delmonico's about their menu, but I'm like positive it's all GMO free. Check me if you want. Check right now if you want. He says, because it's all Delmonico's steaks. She says, okay, you can call them. She says, their whole menu needs to be, excuse me, GMO free. He says, I'm on hold right now. She says, are you here? He says, yes, I'm on the phone with them. He says, their menu isn't looking that good. They said they can't guarantee no GMO, so I guess let's not go. He's looking right now for me. The manager is seeing what he can guarantee is non-GMO. She says, dude, I cannot eat GMOs. He said, I know. I've been on the phone with them for almost 15 minutes seeing babe. She says, come in. He says, they're saying same shite as condados. They cannot source as good, but he's saying he doesn't know, so better safe than sorry and to not eat there. I respect it. He was honest, he says. She says, I'm ready to go. He said, I'll swoop. She said, I'm ready. Babe, I'm going to be there. Okay. About to turn on white bark, he says. Let me know, she says. Here, okay. Want to make seamless gel, sea moss, because I'm about to be out of my pills. Yeah, bet. Then he says, I just got out of the shower. When, she says. Whenever. What time we chilling with Faith and Tyler? She says, I don't know. There's going to be a new battle pass tomorrow. I'm buying it. She says, LOL. He says, looks like you're glowing more. She says, I'm texting my facial lady, and she's thinking it's just from stress. We've been dealing with a lot. Then she says, got them. Let me know when you're on the way. He says, I got you. How long, she says. He says, just got here. Where are you at? She says. He says, Boone Road. She says, did you get water or no? He says, no, you wanted to be picked up first, right? He says, we can get some water at Sheets. Okay, bet, she says. He says, I'm like, here. She says, the sneaker exit, pull up. He says, what? She says, I want to go there. Lewis's story. He says, I don't know. It's probably just hella overpriced shoes we're not going to buy. Okay, she says. How far is it? He said. If it's not far, I'm down. She says, I don't know. He says, it's called the sneaker exit? She said, yeah. He said, it's not showing up on maps. She says, I don't know. Ask Lewis. He says, oh, okay, I found it. Yeah, that's like downtown. She says, so no? He says, maybe. He says, isn't it like a trade thing? Maybe I can bring some of my shoes. She says, post right now on TikTok. When you come, you better be nice because I'm mad AF. He says, I'm like always nice. She goes, I don't care. Then be extra nice. He says, okay, babe. That dude is 46 who's trying to play. What time is your mom making food? She says, are you going to bed? I want to sleep. He says, I'm making chicken sandwiches right now, then I'm going to bed. She says, can you get me? Actually, I'll just drive over probably on the way. He says, okay, bet. Right now, Angelo is over BT, by the way. He's going to eat with me. She says, coming. Then she says, it's illegal as F for that guy to let his dog out and bark for a long arse time. I looked it up. So if you want to call the police this weekend, he says, let's just tell them. She says, I'm not going to be the one. Can Angelo? I have the proof. He said, I'll ask him. Dang, that's dope as F. It's annoying. Come. You still here, he says? Yes, she says. What time you want to go to the market, he says. She says, we can go right after school. Oh my gosh, I gotta get a drink. Okay, what time you get back? Like 3, he says? Yes. She says. He says, bet. She says, I'm home. Brownie pesto papaya, she says. I put the pasta in the fridge. He says, bet. She says, I'm playing Fortnite with TikTok people. Again, LMFAO. He says nothing. He says, as long as they're not 40. She says, I don't judge how old, definitely not 40. She says, let me know when you're home. He says, on the way home. She says, bet. When we cooking? He says, whenever you're hungry. She says, bet. Age 13, 2007. He says, home. And she says, full squad. When are you coming over? Soon, he says. This is fun right now. That's fine. I'm going to make some music. She says, I'll come soon. When are we cooking? Is family video a thing? We can also go to Allison. He says, I think family video is done. She says, I want to get a mannequin. I'm going to try to get it, then come. He says, where is a family video even open at? She says, no, Walmart. He says, oh, okay. He says, when do you think you're coming? She says, when do you want? 6 people in my squad. He said, whatever works for you, Nug. She said, this kid yelling. Mannequin on YouTube. For real, he says, bet. She says, coming soon. He says, bet. Let me know when I'm next door with Angelo. She says, I'm about to come after this game. We're talking about the pyramids. They woke AF. He says, bet, let me know. She says, coming. She says, want to just watch on YouTube, babe? She says, you're going to be mad at me. Literally, I grabbed the wrong thing, I think. There was cornstarch right next to the flour. Please don't be mad at me. I'm coming now. He says, so you got the right flour, right? Nah, no. We just have potato cornstarch. I'm sorry. Do you want me to go to Giant Eagle or something? He says, so at the store you bought cornstarch? Yes, she says. It was right next to the rice flour. Do you want me to go to the store? No? Yes or no? I'm going. I'm going to get rice flour. He says, whatever you want to do, Nug. She says, I guess we can find something to cook with potato cornstarch. And Dad will look up what we can cook with that shite. I'll be over in like 15. Coconut. She says, I'm bumping. D-head. He says, cane sugar, maybe. We on the way there. He says, if you do treadmill, try to do short spurts of intense running with as much rest time in between as you want. She says, do you doing that one biatch that was hugging the stairs? When I was on it, she came in and she was just eyeing me down, but my 10 minutes were up, so I switched to the treadmill, but she was looking at me so effing weird, like, biatch, you're facts. Fat. LOL, most dudes in here be chill, but I swear the girls be weird as F, he says. She says, I want to go to Allison's. He says, I'll come with you, but I want to shower and stuff first. She says, okay, bet. Then she says, are you still at the gym? He says, no, I'm home. She says, are you done showering? She says, I want to post that video of me with the money. He says, I'm about to shower soon. She goes, good job answering both questions. Did you not send her something or did you just ignore my message? He says, I don't know if I want you to post all that. She said, they don't even know it's yours. He says, I don't know, babe. She says, Kay. She says, how much longer are you going to be? Like shite. He says, then she says, how? Like, I'm going to just go to Allison's. You take way too long. It's annoying AF. He says, sorry, I just got out of the shower. She says, how? You literally took an hour and a half shower? Like, how does one do that? He said, I didn't get in till like 1:30. I had to shave my junk and stuff. Then he says it was half an hour shower, but I didn't wash my hair all weekend. It had a lot of buildup. She says, don't tell me to effing wait for you, then take a hour and a half. I could have been at Allison's and eaten already. I thought you were going to take a normal shower, not an effing 3-day one. He says, I don't know what you were trying to get. I even said I want to shower and stuff first. You should have told me when you wanted to go. She said, I told you I'm going to Allison's, and then you said I'll go with you. Next time, tell me you're going to take 3 effing days, she says. He says, will do. I just didn't think it was a rush. And she says, I mean, yeah, I would like to eat some food and not wait for you to take a 3-hour shower. That's shower power. And right now, you're wasting time. Get ready and figure it out so we can go, like WTF. He says, okay, I got you. She says, like, get ready and figure it out. Like, I'm getting pissed off. She says, do you want me to block you? Question mark. He says, no, it was just a joke. Brushing my teeth right now, just got to get dressed. What color are you wearing? He said. She says, I didn't think it was funny. He said, well, my bad. I hit the image search by accident and it was right there. What color are you wearing? I'm about to get dressed. Okay, I'm ready, he says. She says, and by the way, showering for that long is not good for your skin, so maybe you should try not to do that anymore. He says, yeah, I need to figure out a way to scratch all the buildup off when I'm not in the shower. And she says, are you just sitting in the shower scratching up your buildup? That is not good for your scalp either. He says, when I put soap in my hair, I try to lightly scrub off the buildup when I'm doing it. Why don't you just get a clarifying shampoo? Okay. Not like scratch, because that'll F it up more, but just like rub it with my fingertips and nails a little so it comes off gently. Are you picking me up? She says, so you're doing that for over an hour? That's probably why you have buildup. Scraping all that moisture off your skull. And yeah, I guess I'll come get you. He says, that's what my mom told me to do a long time ago, for real. She says, I didn't know your mom was a licensed cosmetologist. He says, so what are you trying to say? My mom is dumb? She has curly hair. She says, no, I'm saying she doesn't know what she's talking about with the buildup. He said, I have curly hair. This works best so far. She says, okay, then keep doing that and take your 2-hour showers. Keep pissing me off. He says, what are you saying I should do then? She goes, here, come out now. He says, well, no, like, I'm trying not to get offended. You just said my mom has no idea what she's talking about. Come out now. She doesn't have a single idea of what she's talking about. Her hair isn't curly anymore. She uses different products. And she's a female. It's very different. Like, what is, he says, she straightened it. She says, like, what are you trying to make me look dumb or something? Like, what the F is wrong? I am so mad at you. He says, I wasn't at all for real. Thought you wanted me to talk to them. She says, if they don't work with me because of your stupid arse reply, you are effing buying me a bag. What the? Like, I'm so effing serious, she says. Like, I'm so effing mad at you right now. And she says, like, for real. Like, you even talk smarter than like that, like we are just trying to make me look dumb or something. Like, for real. Like, it makes no sense. Like, you literally say, he goes, they are going to work with you, Kenzie. They sell overpriced dupes. They need your business for real. She says, if they don't work with me, You are buying me a bag. We have problems. Deal, he says. Okay. What are you doing? He says, at home, about to run a couple plays. Okay, she says. Then you want me to come and we'll play Fortnite? No, she says. Okay, he says. They haven't answered my email yet, so it looks like we have a problem. He says, maybe they were trying to scam you. 'Cause if they're trying to make you pay for anything, they could be trying to scam you. That's why I asked if they paying for shipping too. She said, why would they make me pay for anything? They literally said they were going to give me 20 effing dollars plus $10 for every item I sell. Like, are you slow? Like, why the F are you still talking about this? You effed up. He said, because that's what scammers do. She said, you do not know how to deal with professionals. He says, how do you get paid? That's also how they scam you for your social. She said, you are dumb as shite. She says, nobody is asking for my social. They are going to Venmo or PayPal me the money. It's not an effing big deal. You're the one who effed up the whole reply. Now, be done. He says, Kenzie, it's a literal scam. You ever heard of Wake Up Now? She says, are you effing dumb? Shut up. You're literally pissing me off. Like, stop texting me before it gets worse. Stop trying to say it's an effing scam. It's a gifted and paid collaboration that you just ruined probably by sending that stupid arse message. He said, okay, Kenzie, I'm sure it's fine. If they want you, it's not some BS. They're going to get you. I'm saying if you don't respond, it could be a scam. Though, just wait for them to respond. They laid an offer out and you accepted it. Why would it be effed up then? Like, they already had their set intentions of exactly what they wanted. She said, you didn't say thank you. You didn't ask me if the message was okay. You just got to the money making me seem only interested in it for effing money, which is not what they effing lunch. So you made me look bad. Thank you. Like, how much do I have to explain to you for you to understand this? It's not what they do for me. It's what I do for them. Get it through your effing head. Okay, he says, sorry. I thought you wanted me to talk to them. I just kept what you said and I asked a question. I'll never do that again, but I'm sure it'll be fine, babe. If it's not, you get your bag. I already said deal. Okay, good. I want that ice cream. Question mark. Which one? I'ma just come over while you do your sales. We ate most of the vanilla last night. Bro, you mean you did? Question mark, question mark. Yeah, he says. So you're telling me you ate all the effing ice cream? Is that what you're telling me right now? Question mark, question mark. All three of them? You ate all of them? Like, are you serious? He says, there is still some left. I'm allowed to eat the ice cream, Kenzie. We can just get more. She says, like, are you going through something or something? Yes, you're allowed to eat the ice cream, not effing all of it. Like, do you have to eat all of everything? Question marks. What the F? Answer now. He says, what's the problem with eating something? You had some of all of them, and there is still some left. She says, keyword, some, barely any. Are you trying to piss me off? Question marks. You even eat all the effing blackberries this morning and drink all the ginger soda like I didn't get any of it. He says, I'll buy more. Like, what do you want me to say? She says, you even ate all the ice cream sandwiches. I didn't even get to eat one. He says you had some of both. She says, because you decided to eat them all. Like it's normal for people to leave some for the other person, that they are 90% of the day. Like, are you going through something or something? What is happening in your head? You're acting weird and dumb. He says, okay, Kenzie, I'll stop eating all of everything. She says, okay, good. Thank you. I don't know why it's all or nothing. Sad AF. She says, making me not even want to sleep over tonight. You're going to Giant Eagle, right? And buying more? And you don't even eat fully non-GMO. Why do you think you have to take this shite from me, effing D? He says, I pretty much do. I'm not going to eat BS ice cream. I don't even eat ice cream really, but okay, get mad at me when I pay for all your non-GMO shite and cook for you every day. Get mad at me for eating some ice cream when I didn't even eat all of it. She says, you did eat all of it. You just told me you ate all of it. He did not say that. He told her that there was more left. Hi, DW Badger. You say, wonder if this girl, Kenzie, is dropped on her head in childhood. Her thought process is very scattered. Hi, Jess Pepper. He didn't wash his hair last time because she was going off on him already. She gave him a ton of anxiety. Hi, Ashbish. She said curly hair is very different to deal with. I know my son has have curly hair. Well, two of them do. And my daughter does. I have insane curls and my sister has straight hair. We went about hair. Yes, it's very different. Exactly. No accountability was ever taught to her, Ashbeth said. Mike, and she's still her friend on the calls to this day. Hi, Mike. How are you? Mike says, Ashbeth, exactly. I think one of the most damaging things you can do to your child is emphasize being friends and not parents. Maybe a partner that contributes, says Alicia. Okay, so what do we think now so far of all of this craziness, huh? Hi, Debbie Two Scooter. Yes, look what she does to us. Listening, Pepper. Luke has gorgeous hair, especially with the conditioner, with the shampoo and the Paul Mitchell. Sandy told me to get the Paul Mitchell. Your sister has curly hair like Dom, Alicia says. Your little sister. Yeah. Craziness here. Let's Ashbish says, I have teen daughters and we have a good relationship, but they know I will be the first to put them in their place and hold them accountable, or you're raising a shite kid. Debbie says, remember, I couldn't get over his hair color, his hair color, his hair. Yeah. Yeah, he has nice hair, and his curls don't get frizzy. That's really nice. Even out on that beach, even out on that boat, it still was real nice. That's nice. It's blessed. Okay, so I think she is making him miserable up until she takes him out. Well, she's getting worse and worse. She's getting, you have curly hair too? Mind of its own every day. Hi, Mike. How are you? So what are we learning so far tonight? Okay, they continued that freaking fight from when he um when he approached that Emily, right? And that went on forever. We know his mother went into the hospital. There wasn't much said about the mother's condition. And the mother talks about a lot in her interview and stuff about her getting out of the hospital and whatever she's having. Now, I don't know if it's I think it might be, they mentioned like holes in her intestines, and I believe that's the diverticulitis and stuff like that. So I think she was having bouts of that. And I'm not sure, what was going on with her. But then she said, "Oh, my mother wants to be here for you. I want to be here finally." But then literally within the next day after that, she was already fighting with him about playing the basketball with the father and all that stuff, where she just goes back and forth, and it's ridiculous. She wants to drop out of school. She's literally in March of her senior year. Okay. She doesn't want to do anything that requires work. Her mother thinks she can be a lawyer behind bars. Her mother thinks she could do this. She doesn't want to do anything. She said it on those jail calls. Oh, and just FYI, I put up the next 12 jail calls so that we're going to have every jail call out there. I'm going right down the line so we don't miss one. It's 12, 12. Tomorrow will be another 12. It's literally over 2 hours every day of jail calls. And when you listen to them, if there's one you haven't heard, let us know in the comments. That way we can then timestamp them. That's what I have to do. I have to listen and timestamp them. If anybody wants to help with that, that's fun. If you're listening to the jail calls and you want to write down what they're about and you like to do that, feel free and send it to me by email. That'd be great. But I'm just going to keep going. So we have to make sure everyone is out. And then what I also will do, just so everything is out with this case, I will take all of the police cam videos and I will upload them into just the regular video files. So if you want to watch the police cam videos, you can watch them. And they're there if you're looking at this case, but that's what I'll do there. So just so you know that. But why did I get to that? Oh, because her mother asked her to study and she said, I don't want to do that. I'd have to do math. That would be hard. And I don't want to do anything hard. So, she doesn't want to do anything hard. She doesn't want to do school. She's getting people to come do her work. Literally, she's having people come to her house and do her work and take her exams. It's ridiculous. She's supposed to like cosmetology, but she can't even do that okay. We know what she did to her friend's hair, and her friend was crying about her hair. Yeah, there's a lot there, right? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Letting her run wild. Yeah, I don't know. It's so crazy. And I wonder how many of these people are still friends with her. Like that girl Faith, is she still friends with her? Is Rosie still friends with her? Is who are the other ones that were like, what happened to Kendall? What happened to, who was it? Kendra, Karina. Her parents had never taught her an ounce of self-respect. No, Dom wasn't adopted. Why do you think that? Wait a minute. Why do you think that? Why do you think Dom was adopted, Debbie to Scooter? He wasn't adopted. He's Christine's son. Why do you think Dom was adopted? Alicia, Scooter says you're not saying hi to her. Oh, someone was saying he was? Who said he was adopted? Wait a minute, I'm here. Oh, Davion. Yes, Davion was adopted along with his two sisters. Yes. Davion and his two sisters, a real sibling group, was adopted. They were free for adoption, and the Flanagans adopted them. 99% sure he was. Okay. Davion was Melly Lynn. Dom is not adopted. Davion. Hey, why is that thumb going up on my, how did that happen? How did that happen? That thumb went up all on its own on my screen. How did that happen? Thumbs up? How did that happen? Did that just see my, that was like visual or something? Get out of here. How did that happen? No, Dom is Christine's son, honey. Dom is Christine's son. Davion and his two sisters were adopted. Yeah, Bucky, and Davion and his two sisters. They were a sibling group in foster care, legally free for adoption. And they were adopted by the Flanagans. And I think Davion was like 8 years old, 8 years old when he was adopted, and the girls were younger. It's dumb. Okay. I may have heard wrong. Okay. Alicia. Alicia, are you saying that you believe Dom was adopted? Jail calls it Angelo was Dom's. Wait, let me see. What are you saying? Dope plug for half the town was Mrs. Russo's ex and state's witness against Kenzie. Jail calls Angelo was Dom's. Dope plug for half the town was Mrs. Russo's ex and state witness against. What? Oh, wait, hold the phone here. Davion's sister is very vocal on it. Yes, absolutely. But where are you saying Dom is adopted? Oh, you're not saying it, Alicia? Okay, Dom is not adopted. Davion is adopted. No, but you know what, Millie? People also heard that Kendall fell down rooftop stairs, and that wasn't true. There's a lot of things that go out on cases that are not true, but Dom was not adopted. In fact, I'll show you something. In fact, I'll show you something. Hold on a minute. Let me show you something. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Even AI, just so you know, says, while Dominic Russo of Strongsville was not adopted, the confusion likely stems from his friend and fellow car crash victim, Davion Flanagan, who was adopted. Okay. Davion Flanagan was adopted at the age of 8 by his guardian, Jamie Flanagan. News reports mentioned Davion's parents and adoption to provide background on the victims of this tragic car crash. There is no indication from any reliable news sources that Dominic Russo was adopted. His parents, Frank Russo and Christine Russo, were heavily featured in news coverage following his death. He was killed alongside Davion Flanagan in July of 2022 when his girlfriend, Mackenzie Shirilla, intentionally crashed her car. Dominic Russo's mother is named Christine Russo. She testified in court about the toxic relationship between her son and Mackenzie Shirilla, noting that her son had been threatened by Shirilla and that she had to remind Shirilla to be thankful to still be alive after she was sentenced to life in prison for Dominic's murder. Dominic's brother, Angelo Russo, also testified about the negative and unfair behavior witnessed from Mackenzie toward his brother. Dominic's older sister, Christine Russo, stated that while she didn't see the fights, she heard about Mackenzie's behavior from Dominic's friends. Yeah. Let me see here. Davion Flanagan was living his second chance. He and his younger sisters had endured a tumultuous upbringing in Cleveland, facing drug use, violence. Hold on a minute. Drug use, violence, and severe neglect in their biological home. Eventually, both parents would be incarcerated, severing their rights and thrusting the three siblings into foster care. But after the three siblings were adopted by Scott and Jamie Flanagan in 2011, they started a new life. Davion was the oldest, 8 years old at the time. He needed regular therapy to address the traumas he endured. He had already been held back 1 year, so the family put him in intensive tutoring to catch him up. He finished his senior year at the age of 19. But in his new life, he blossomed. He showed an enormous capacity for kindness and forgiveness, always striving to make sure everyone he met was seen and heard. His parents suspect he was always seeking to love other people, how he always wanted to be loved. And here he is. Let's see if I can get this. Oh, right here. This is Davion scoring a touchdown. Right here is Davion. Let me back here. That's scoring a touchdown as a running back for the Strongsville Mustangs. He built his once underdeveloped body into a muscular powerhouse on the football field, becoming the starting running back for the Strongsville Mustangs. He planned to continue the sport in college, but had a major knee injury, which sidelined him his senior year, and he switched his focus to a trade instead. Davion had already been cutting his own hair for years and had started practicing on his teammates, and I heard that he was the barber of the entire football team. He decided to become a barber. He wanted to open his own shop one day. After graduation, his dad drove him to the All-State Hairstyling and Barber College in Ohio City, where they picked up an application. He found out there was a year-long waiting list to get in, and it would cost $16,000 to attend. His parents wanted him to help pay his own way. When you have skin in the game, you try harder, they told him. So he started working full time at a moving company to save up. On weekends, Davion still got to be a kid. His summer was packed with graduation parties and goodbyes for people leaving for college in the fall. And that's what they were attending on the last day of their life, the last Saturday in July of 2022. He texted his parents after to say he was sleeping over with a new friend who in recent weeks had been teaching him how to fix his car. And that's what Mrs. Russo said too, if you watch when they go to inform her. The next morning around 5:30 a.m., Davion and that friend were passengers in a car that crashed into the side of a brick warehouse. Let's see. His father said when the crash was discovered, police called Scott to break the news. It was like a gut punch. I couldn't breathe for seconds. I couldn't respond to the police officer. It was just silence. When he hung up and told Jamie, she collapsed. In the early days, they assumed the crash was an accident. Perhaps the result of impaired driving or recklessness. They felt the driver, Mackenzie, should be held accountable for taking 2 lives, but they weren't seeking the harshest penalty then. If it was an accident, that's what lesser charges are for, Scott Flanagan reasoned. But as the investigation unfolded, they began to suspect that Mackenzie intentionally drove to the industrial park and floored her Toyota Camry down a straight stretch of road in an apparent plot to kill her boyfriend, Dominic. The two had a volatile relationship, and it was said he wanted to break up with her. She never lifted her foot off the accelerator, and the vehicle jumped the curb, going 100 miles per hour, slamming into the side of the building. See, Davion was collateral damage and overlooked or undervalued or an unvalued prisoner in the car. My word, our son was murdered, Jamie remembers thinking. The driver she accuses gave her son no more consideration than a piece of luggage in the back seat. And now Davion Flanagan's family, December 5th of 2024, awarded the first Barber Scholarship in his honor. Let's see. After hearing the parents turn their focus towards seeking justice for Davion, they were grateful when the prosecutor's office charged the driver with murder, qualifying her to be tried as an adult instead of a juvenile. The transfer, called a bindover, was vital to their interpretation of justice. They were seeking 2 outcomes. First, they wanted the driver to be held accountable, which to them meant serving a significant amount of time in prison. You don't understand what you stole from us, Jamie justifies. There needs to be consequences for taking a life. They also wanted the driver to repent and reform, providing some assurance she wouldn't hurt anyone else after her eventual release. That process, they expected, would require time, making her lengthy incarceration even more necessary. The parents weren't advocating to send her away for life, they say, but they certainly felt rehabilitation required more than the maximum 2 years she would have faced had she remained in the juvenile system, which only extends until an individual's 21st birthday. Months after the crash, the driver posted photos of herself at a Halloween party dressed up like a corpse, which the parents felt showed a complete lack of remorse or compassion. The only salvageable thing to happen is for her to change who she is, said Scott Flanagan. She needs time to do that, time in prison to reflect on the lives she took from this world and find some pathway to a better version of herself. We want her to learn from this and go into the world and be a source of good and light, and there is no way in our minds that she could do that in a year and a half. End quote there from him. So yeah, let's see. Each time the defense offered a plea deal that would have transferred Mackenzie back to juvenile court, the Flanagans asked the prosecutor to reject it. Later, when an adult court judge found the driver guilty of 2 counts of murder, among other charges, the Flanagans were comforted to know that the conviction carries an automatic sentence of life in prison with no chance of parole for 15 years. They felt cheated, however, when the judge ordered those sentences to be held concurrently rather than consecutively, which would have added up to 30 years. And Jamie Flanagan said, which one is she serving 15 years for, Davion or Dominic? Jamie believes the driver may have been shown greater leniency than her son, who is Black, would have ever received. Still, the Flanagans take comfort in knowing offenders are rarely granted parole the first time around, making it likely she will be held beyond 15 years anyway. How much longer is up to her. She has denied intentionally crashing the car. She's appealing her conviction, which the Flanagans say has delayed their ability to heal or forgive. All we ever wanted was the truth of what happened, Scott says. Let's see. Flanagans are deciding how to move forward. For years, Jamie has been using a painting in their home portraying a man rising up from the ashes of a fire to teach her children about overcoming hardship, like what they'd been born into. You can't always control what happens to you, she tells them, but you can decide how you respond to it. Let's see. So then they started that Davion Flanagan Memorial Fund. One of Davion's friends started a GoFundMe to raise money for the funeral after the crash, and the parents converted it into that memorial fund, which they will use to give scholarships to underprivileged students applying to the same barber school that he had hoped to attend. Let's see. So hopefully that clears that up. Okay, maybe we cleared that up. Okay, I'm back now. Did we clear that up? Okay, let me see here. Let's see. Who thinks Kenzie was behind the burning of Dom's grave? I don't know how that started. Oh, you don't know about that, Ken, Scooter? Yes, I talked about that one night. Yes, his grave was burned, and his sister had started. I'll show you that too. You want me to go over that? That we talked about that another night. Yes, her grave was burned. Yeah, let me see. Let me show you. Hold on a minute. Okay. This was GoFundMe, or it is the GoFundMe. Recreate Dominic's gravesite. You see, it was burned. It says, "Hi, I'm Dominic's oldest sister. Dom tragically passed away July 31st, 2022. He's 20 years old, and our hearts were left shattered to pieces. Since then, we find comfort in keeping his gravesite a sight to see for everyone to come and enjoy. It started as his parents and siblings trying to hide the dirt after his burial and blossomed into this beautiful memorial site that keeps us working together in honor of Dom. My mom tends to it every day for hours, sometimes more than once a day, whether it's printing pictures for everyone to look at, adding solar lights, adding decorations, keeping up landscaping around it, adding and exchanging hundreds of flowers, laminating letters and pictures, finding trinkets to add or beautiful statues, etc. This is what we do for Dom, and it is in honor of our beloved brother and son. Friends and family leave memorabilia, notes, pictures, things that remind them of Dom. Somehow, yesterday, his grave was set on fire and everything burned to the ground. Nothing was salvageable except a cement cross. Most of the items were irreplaceable. Flowers and ribbons from his funeral, letters from his nieces and nephews and friends and siblings and parents, stuffed animals, things that cannot be replaced. The items cost us thousands of dollars and will cost thousands to replace. Most items were very expensive. We spent on the flowers alone, originally around $1,200. Each solar light decoration can range up to $50 a piece. We are asking for any donations from friends and family so that we can get his grave back to how it was. And before July 31st of this year, that marks his 1 year anniversary. Dom's grave means so much to us. Words can't explain. We miss and love you so much, our Nucci baby. Until we meet again, your sister loves you. Then she says, "Hi, everybody. I just want to say thank you for all of your generous donations. We were able to recreate Dom's grave beautifully. Any further donations will go to purchasing updated memorial items, flowers, etc. in the future, or maybe a nice custom bench or a memorial site at the rec where we used to watch Dom play basketball. Thanks again. We love you so much, Dom." And this is another August 16th, 2025. "Hi, everybody. Just wanted to say thank you for all of your generous donations. We were able, so there, that's August 16th, 2025. She said the 1 year anniversary, which would have been 2023, right? Did she not say 20? Now, Kenzie, you would bet your eye teeth on it? But then you see, I guess, yeah, I guess they got it together by that, but yeah, it was burned, you see? And they don't say how. It just, I mean, wouldn't there be a camera or something that would have seen the person that did that? Um, I bet she was mad that he died. Now, this would have occurred, I believe, when she was in still in the jail there having her trial, right? Because let me see. Before July, when she wrote that, the 1 year anniversary. So she would be in there at that time in 2023. By 2025, they've got the grave site back together. And I'm sure hopefully they have cameras there now. Um, Yeah, because it was 2023 when it was burned. Hi, Margaret. That's terrible that somebody did that. I bet Mackenzie was behind that. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. There's not much about it. You know what I mean? I'm not sure what cemetery that is, but you would think that there would be a lot for the fire in the cemetery, right? Let me see something if I can see a report of the fire in the cemetery. Hmm, missed it. Um, oh wait, hold on a second. I just found something else. Hang on a minute. Wait a second. I just saw something. Hold on. What is this? Why did this come out over here? That's interesting. Why did that do that? That doesn't make any bit of sense. Hold on a minute. Memory of Dominic Russo. That's so weird, isn't it? That at the time, what is this? That's so strange that let me just try one other thing. Strongsville Fire and Emergency. Very strange, very odd, very odd. That's a very odd occurrence, right? To have something like that. I just think it's so weird. It was like the second thing that I've looked up in Strongsville, like that thing down the stairs, and it's just like Yeah, I don't know. That's that. Yeah. I'm surprised there's not a call or anything about, I wondered if you think uh, anything's on, or he's whatever calls about that, huh? I don't know. All right, let's read a little bit more. Okay, okay. Let me get back to the thing so I can be on the right page as you guys. She's seething with jealousy at the outpouring of love people are pouring over Dom's memory and to his mother, friends, and family. I think her mom, what'd you say, Miss Pepper? I think her mom and someone did it. Probably her mom and dad. Yeah, but no, Margaret, she was in jail because it was 2023, hon. Kenzie was arrested in November of 2022. She was in jail. She was in that juvenile facility and then she was transferred to the jail when she had her trial. So in 2023, she was in jail. Okay, let's let me get back to our reading here. We'll read a little bit more. I don't know how much more, we'll read a little bit more. Okay. You did eat all of it. You just told me you ate all of it. She says, moving forward, you're done doing that. You ate all the ice cream sandwiches, all the caramel, all the vanilla. He says, get mad at me for eating ice cream that's in my fridge for a week that I paid for. Like, okay, I said I wouldn't eat all of it anymore, but okay, just demand things from me. She says, we got it 2 days ago, buddy. I love when she goes to the buddy. 3 days ago. So you're getting ice cream, right? He says, not when you act like that. Not when you act like that. Me and you were nice. I'd want to get the ice cream, but you're being mean as F when I go out of my way for you all the time anyway. She says, I literally made it 4 stops last night just for effing sugar. I thought she was picking up flour. Maybe try using your communication skills. You have a mouth for a reason. He said, and was I mean at all? And was I mean at all for getting wrong sugar or anything? Was I mean to you for doing anything wrong lately? No. Now, if you're polite, yeah, you get your ice cream. But you're being mean as F. She says, you sent that R-word email. Stop trying to pretend you didn't do it. That was wrong on so many levels. I'm trying to be professional, and you make me look stupid. So, yes, I'm going to be mad at you. You could read anyone that should email you sent, and they would be like, what the F? If I showed your mom, she would be mortified. He said, I'm talking about the ice cream. She said, and I'm talking about your email. That's why I'm being mean. Like, why would you make my professional career harder for me? Why would you make me look dumb? I don't think you needed any help looking dumb, Mackenzie. It's already so hard to do this shite, and you just made me look dumb. No, I think you really are good on your own with that. You're pretty good with that. He said, you make what I do harder every day and not give AF. I give you all my time and you don't even blink an eye. That I could be way farther in my career. Don't talk to me about that shite. For real, he says. And then he says, I said I was sorry and wouldn't do it again. She says, please tell me how I get in the way of you selling drugs. I would love to know. Like, please. I would literally love to know. Do you think that's cute or something? That's what I thought. He says, I have multiple career paths. You should know that. She says, you still haven't answered on how I stop you from doing any of those. Haven't. He says, do I put my time into them? Not really all the time. I don't spend with you. I'm kind of just working out or making money. She says, I would love to know, working out and making money is all you? I'm only 1% of that, baby, and you could ruin that for me. I didn't ruin anything for you. She says, spending time with me isn't going to ruin your profession. And if that's a problem, then effing break up with me because I'm not going to have someone complain about that. Like you need mental help. He says, I'm done texting. You're not going to get it and not going to care. She says, so you're getting the ice cream then? He said, I risk my freedom to do everything for us. Remember that. I'm not trying to get caught in a loop that I'll never get out of that. You don't help me get out of the loop. Even right now, I should have left my house, but now I've been texting for an hour, not getting anything ready. Are you trying to be single? She says. You're preventing yourself. Let me know when the ice cream is at your house. He said, you really know how to piss me off. She says, good job sending that email. Looks like you know how to piss me off too. Then she says, let me know when that ice cream at your house. He says, okay, will do. Let's see if I can get my shite done because I am an hour behind now. Cool, she says. So what ice cream is at your house that you didn't eat? Because I want ice cream. Question marks, question marks. I'll drop it all off. Oh yeah, she says. Do you want to be singled? Single? Like answer, yes or no. He says, why? Because I'm dropping the ice cream off? What's wrong with that? She says, why are you dropping off the effing ice cream after I just said I'm going to come eat ice cream? Like, are you effing dumb? What ice cream is left? Answer. Now. He says, so you don't have to leave and I can keep my house locked up. Now, she says, coconut vanilla and oat vanilla and your ice cream bars. She says, why would I leave if I'm there? I'm just going to be there anyways. Like, what's going on in your head? I'm just going to wait till you're back. Like, why are you being so dumb? He says, so you don't want me to bring them and I can lock up the house? She says, oh, am I not allowed to do that or something? You can lock the house with me in the house. What is happening? Why are you being like this? Is your brain okay? And he says, oh, you're coming. Okay, bet. Don't block Sean in. He's chilling next door, but he parked at my house. Okay, she said, I'll be there soon. I don't know what the heck she's doing here. I don't know what it means when that happens. There's like no message there. It's either, she says, tell Sean to get the F out of your driveway because I'm not parking in a weird spot. The door better be unlocked also. He says, he's not in the driveway. He had to move so I can get out. She says, okay, good. He says, should be unlocked. He says, sometimes I lock it by habit, though, but I'm almost positive I didn't. I'm in, she said. Bet, he said. Yeah, showing the ice cream. Get more, she says. I'ma post this. You literally left a bag of ice out on the sink, and there's water everywhere. He says, I feel like that's got to be someone you know on a fake account. She says, I don't care. You want to he says, you want to finish mannequin? She says, yeah. He says, I'm back in Strongsville. She said, the dog? I'm trying to sleep. What are you just doing that? He said, I got you, my bee. She said, like you woke me up. I told you it's good. Then you just been playing the same thing, and now I'm up. Like, should I just leave? Are you going to be doing this all night or something? He said, I'm mixing it. Just go back to bed. I'll use headphones. She says, now you think to use headphones when I'm already up? Question mark, question mark. Okay. He says, I didn't think you could hear it that loud from there. She goes, what are you talking about? Should I just leave? Thank you for waking me up because now I'm not tired. Good, then. You're not tired. Wonderful. He says, Kenzie, I'm sorry. I'm just not going to record anymore. She said, no, because then you're going to effing complain about me stopping you from doing something you want to do. Like, just do what you have to do and let me know if I should go home. No, it's cool. I'ma just record tomorrow. It's 10 now anyway. She says, so now that I'm awake, you're done? He says, yeah, I'll chill with you till you tired again. She says, no, I don't even, because you just pissed me off. Okay, he says. So you're just going to wake me up and then go to bed? Cool. He says, you don't want to chill with me. You don't want me to chill with you. He says, let's watch TV. She says, I'm mad at my effing stomach hurts now. Like, no. He says, do you want the kombucha pop in the fridge? That might help your stomach. She said, what a great idea. Let me just drink a pop with sugar in it so I'm up. He says, sugar really shouldn't make you up like that unless it's hella. She says, dude, just stop. He says, okay, so you don't want to chill and watch TV? She goes, yeah, I'm mad. She says, you literally woke me up for no effing reason. Now I can't breathe out of my nose or go back to bed. Like WTF, so inconsiderate. He says, Kenzie, the nose breathing has nothing to do with me. I said I was sorry like 10 times. I stopped making music. I'll come out and chill with you. You want to watch something till you get tired again? She goes, dude, you know, if I was just asleep, I wouldn't be effing dealing with this. Kenzie, I'm sorry. You're not. If you were sorry, you wouldn't have done this in the first place. Oh my gosh, she's such a miserable, miserable, miserable person. Oh man, like your words don't mean nothing. Your actions mean more. He says I was being dumb and thought you wouldn't really hear it. Plus, it's probably, you definitely hear way better than me. Plus, you probably hear way better than me. She says, dude, I don't care. Like I'm so pissed right now. I'm not going back to bed for so long, probably. And I'm just uncomfortable now. Like, why the F did you have to wake me up? He says, I'm sorry, Kenzie. I can't take it back. Though, what can I do to make you less pissed so you can go to bed? She says, what do you mean? What can you do? Literally nothing. Like, WTF. He says, it won't happen again. She said, you can actually come rub my feet. That will actually help. He said, for how long? I wish you'd told me earlier. Oh, she says, so you can't do that now. What, are you tired or something? Are you just going to go to bed or something? So you get to just go to bed now and sleep? Cool. I don't then. The F. He says, yeah, I was about to fall asleep. She says, yeah, I'm going home. She says, don't effing ask me what you can do to help and then don't come. Like, are you effing delusional? It's almost like you're trying to piss me off even more. I asked you how long you wanted me to rub your feet for. I didn't even say I wouldn't. I just asked you how long, because I'm falling asleep. She says, why should I care if you're falling asleep if you didn't care about me sleeping? He says, I didn't know you were asleep yet, and I didn't think you were going to hear it that loud. I was being dumb. Yeah, I care about you sleeping. She said, so are you going to come, do it, or not? He says, how long do you want me to? Like, I'm only getting more tired, and I don't want to do it shitey, and you just be more mad at me. She says, I mean, you could have been here 5 minutes ago, but you're just being lazy. Okay, I'll come, he says. And me, I'm not being lazy. I was just tired. She says, come at 11:30. He says, leave at 11:30? Yeah, she says. Okay, bet. Babe, I'm so happy right now, she says. What's up, babe? He says. What happened? Oh, wow, look at this. Hold on a minute. When was this? This was 3:23 at 11. Okay, it is the same night. She says, Audrey got in a car accident. And she's laughing. Look at that. Audrey got in a car accident. She's so happy. LMAO. How did I know it was going to be something like that? Then she says, bring money. Okay. Where are you at? Grabbing my keys and money. You said leave right now. Hurry, bro. I'm waiting on you. I'm right on time. You told me to leave at 11:30. Hurry, babe. Hurrying best I can, babe. I cannot do nothing about traffic. Now, this is the next day. Hold on a minute. I am so confused here. Hold on. I've got to see something. That's AM. 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 Okay. So that was in the morning that he woke her up. It was 11 o'clock in the morning that he woke her up. I thought it was in the evening. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, well, I'm waiting for you and I have everything set up, she says. He says, I'm hurrying there. Almost got in an accident with an old dude. I'm heated. She says, be careful. He says, what's the plan today? She says, want to go to that place or we can go to town hall? Sushi. He says, what you feeling more? She says, to be honest, sushi. LMAO. What about that place they used to go Luca all the time? She doesn't like that anymore? We're going to meet up with Destiny at town hall, she says. Okay, bet, he says. What should I wear? She says, I don't know. I'm not dressed yet. I'ma wear Skims. Blue. What time do you think we will be there by? He says, what time will you be home? WTF. Like, there better be a good reason of why you're not answering there. Like, I would answer right now. He said, how long till you done? I'm done eating. You want to be swooped now? She said, I have one male left to paint. I'm sure she means nail. LOL. On the way. He says, I'm at the light. I'll wait for you to go in. Bet, she says. You here yet? He says. LOL. Look. He says, what's that 10:30 2-op song where I wanted the beat? He says, yeah, almighty day, day go hard. My dude Mo has a pizza place in Lakewood that he said all fresh, organic, non-GMO, and everything made from scratch every day. He always posts himself smacking it. We should check it out. No way, she says, I want to try. He says, right? We can ask him about ingredients there. We can go, she said. He said, he is Arabic, though, so his pizza might be a little different. It looks gas as F, though, on his story. She said, I'm down. Want to go today? He said, maybe. I got to see what's good with sales. Maybe we can just go as soon as I'm back. She says, let me know. He says, okay, let me see. Here, she says, he says, do you got charger? She said, yes, but I need it. He says, dang, I'm at 11. Okay, let me run this money real quick and I'll be out. Question mark, she says. He gives question marks back. She says, you were just rushing me and now you're the one taking forever. Do you want me to come? Do you want me to just come in or something? Question marks. He says, I wasn't rushing you. I was just wanting to know how long. Give me 2 seconds. She says, are you okay? I'm scared. OMG. Cops. Babe, cops. He said, Chris called them on me. She says, oh, hell no. I'm about to text Toph. Are you okay? I locked the doors. Stay there, he says. Stay there. She says, I'm cleaning up. He says, I'ma have them drop me at your house. Okay, bet. Take my car. He says, because I don't want them to know I live there. She says, shite. I'm about to text Toph. He's lucky he's locked in that house. She said, karma's going to come for him and it's going to hurt. What's happening? She said, I'm scared. He said, I'ma F him up. He isn't even here. No way. LMFAO, are you serious? He says, yeah, I don't know where he went. She says, I hope he's in a ditch somewhere. Can I go to the bathroom? I have to go to the bathroom really bad. The door is locked, though. Or can I unlock it? He says, yeah, you're fine. Go, babe. She says, are you good? What's going on? He says, getting shite out. She says, do you need help? Yeah, he says. Okay, coming. Lock the door, she says, or no? Let me know. She says, Dom? He says, don't matter right now. She says, I'm coming in now. We just go in the front? Does Angelo need a ride back, or is he not getting out yet? Dom? Dom? Hold on a minute. Did I? 1 second. I think I just messed something up. Did I? Hold on a minute. Oh, no, I was right. Okay, never mind. I thought I read their parts wrong. Never mind, but I was right. Yeah, you're fine. Go, babe, he says. She says, are you good? She says, what's going on? He says, getting shite out. She says, do you need help? He says, yes. She says, okay, coming. Lock the door or no, let me know. Dom, he says, don't matter right now. She says, I'm coming in now. We just go in the front. Does Angelo need a ride back or is he not getting out yet? Dom, he says, LOL. He probably got to sign a bunch of papers. He says, call my mom and ask her what to do. She says, well, what should we do? Can you ask your dad? He says, my dad was saying, just walk in the front door and say, those are Angelo's guns. Okay, she says, she's already walking in. Okay, bet. She says, what's the deal with the fourth gun? Did the cops take that one already? He says they should have it, couldn't find it, and the cop had it in his hands. Okay, bet, she says. Definitely, I don't know why they wouldn't. She says, your dad is here too. Is he good? He said, who, my dad? Yes, she said. I see him. He said, he probably better now before. He was being a little biatch. She said, we should have just done him like that. He deserves it. He says, for real though, it's like you had to deal with him for 2 years. I've dealt with him my whole life. He says, as soon as they take the guns, Angelo is allowed to leave. Should we bring him home? He said, my dad will bring him home. Okay. She said, I seriously cannot believe Topher. He's so effing stupid. He says they probably got to verify the guns are Angelo's and make him sign some shite, and they're going to have to pay the bond too, so it'll be a bit. She said, my phone is about to die. He says, for real, him and money missing too, so pathetic. She says, I will help you look for the money when I back. There's no way he took it. He says, it's already 7:20. It's a 35-minute drive. What should I do? And she says, should we just take my car? He says, should I just rush and get you right now? She said, I have some gas. Let me know right now. I could get us there with my gas. Let me know. He says, yeah. Either that or we make the reservation 15 minutes later. No, she says, let's just take mine. I'm hungry. He says, Nico is outside right now, so we definitely can't go get gas in my car now. She says, okay, I'm coming now. Here. He says, going to sleep now. Don't get me up too early. She says, I'm going to bring all my smoothie shite to your house. I'm done coming home. He says, why, Nug? What's wrong? She says, I was just trying to make a smoothie. Then my dad got all in my shite, started taking up the counter that I was using, and I asked him to move over, and he threw a tantrum. Dom says, okay, well, yeah, let's just make smoothies here. Then we can do it right when we get up and put the sea moss in it. Then he says, I'm so effing mad. I have to turn in his phone now. I have no phone with service. All my data is effed up because it's on 2 phones, so I'll never get all my pictures. And so I guess I'm not getting the bag today, she says. And he says, bro, I'm so effing mad. I just spent over $1,000 on this phone just to return it. And I gotta wipe all my shite. I'm for real. About to go to Verizon, and Square people keep getting me on the phone with robots. I'm going to leave my card at my house today so you can get it if you want to buy me. I can't use your ATM. You have to go. She says you can. You just have to go to the one at Huntington. He says, I'm not doing it. I'm dealing with this. I'm pissed as F. I'm ready to fight someone. She says, so now you're not going to get me the bag? He said, I'm dealing with this. I'm not doing that. I'm effing heated. Okay, cool, she says. He says, you want it. You got to deposit the money. She says, you're so good at spoiling me. Thank you so much. I hate effing school. Get it through your head. I'm going to leave my card at my house. And if you decide to be a good boyfriend, you can do it for me. He said, I'm dealing with my phone right now. This comes first. She says, so you're not going to do it? He said, she literally got me the 128 Pro Max, not the regular 256.13. She says, dude, just stop texting me. Don't effing get me excited for something, then tell me you're not going to do it. I am for real mad at you right now. He says, Kenzie, I don't give an F. I'm raging mad. I just paid for a phone over a band. Now I don't have a phone because I got to return it. And I have 3 phone datas to back up now. You, Van, only back up 1 phone to another right now, not 3 to 1. She says, so you're actually not going to get me it? I'll give you the money. I'm not going to your bank again. It's not going to work. I'm dealing with this right now, he says. Don't be on some BS. I'm already mad as F, wasting all my time on the phone with Verizon robots. That's not being spoiled, she said. If I have to go buy it, that's just me buying it. I'm not going to, oh, Polaris. Okay, cool, Dom? Let me know, Dom. Like, why the F do I have to beg you to spoil me? You should just want to buy me nice things. It's honestly disgusting. He said, Kenzie, I said I'd buy you the purse. You don't know with what I'm dealing with. I'm so mad. I just spent an hour on the phone with Verizon just to not be able to get another phone. She says, that's why you go to the store in person. And if you just picked up my card, you could have went to Verizon and then deposited the money. Instead of wasting 1 hour on the phone, time isn't even real. He says, yeah, now my mom is crying because she got the wrong phone. On Verizon, I would have waited 4 hours, and they didn't even know for sure they could swap it. I'm so mad for real. Don't give me shite. Time is real. When you don't have enough of it, it's easy for you to say for real. She says, just let me know if you're not going to do it so I can stop being excited about it when I'm already not excited anymore because I have to do it. So it's not me being spoiled. It's me buying myself something. She said, if you've already crashed my whole effing excitement and you were already mean to me all morning. He says, I don't know. I was going to have to go to the bank. It didn't work for me last time. She says, honestly, just don't effing text me. I'm done with your shite. You literally a effing D, and you take all your problems out on me when all I do is be there for you. He said, I'm dealing with a lot of it right now. I'm dealing with a lot right now. And no, I wasn't taking anything out on you. I'm sorry for being mad, but I am raging mad. Right now, my neck is all effed up. I have to use a phone with no storage on it. Then I'm not going to get the storage off my other phone because you can't back up 2 phones into one. So now I'm just waiting to see if I can maybe trade my phone in now for a new one, which I don't even know if it can happen after I was already on the phone with Verizon for an hour just talking to robots and Indians. You would be raging too. I couldn't even count how many times I told them, fix my shite or I'm skinning them alive. And I don't even have shampoo either. Like, how am I going to get ready to go to Verizon now? And then I'm gonna have to wait At Verizon, guaranteed a couple of hours because that's how it is every time you go in the store. She says the bag is dropping at 12, so let me know. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know you're not getting it. He said, your mom doesn't have 200. Is the ATM working? Because last time it didn't. I can't go in. She said, why the F wouldn't the ATM be working? Like, for real, you sound so insane right now. Like, why am I begging you to effing spoil me and treat me good? It's so effing sad. Like, we have problems. He says, what the F? What do you mean? Last time I went, it didn't work, and your mom said it ate all her money. Plus, I have all small bills, so I'ma have to do it. Effing like 10 ATM orders. Whatever. All I'm dealing with, you just care about your bag. Fine, I'll go get your bag. But it's not like I don't waste all my time anyway. And what do you mean? Buy it yourself. I'm still buying it for you. The least you can do is deposit the money yourself in your account. She says, dude, I just don't like you're going to get to the bank, deposit the money, and the bags are going to be sold out like you already wasted my whole effing time and you effed up. Like, I'm all done here. Don't tell me you're going to spoil me, then not spoil me. He said the bag isn't going to sell out in 2 seconds. It is, she said. Whatever, Kenzie. You don't have to deal with what I did. The fact that I'm still trying to get it for you when you're being mean as F to me, when I'm dealing with all this should be enough. I'm ordering it off Blair's account because your ATM sucks and only accepts $20 at a time. She says, what the F are you talking about? He says, how much is the bag? Let me know ASAP. And she puts the bag she wants. Let's see here. I don't know what the heck this is here. That doesn't even look a bag. Which one do you want? She says, I don't know. Which one do you like better? Let me know. About to order it. Whichever one you like better. I'm going to order you the silver. Okay, yeah, I love you, Nug. Do you have an account? Because I have to see if PayPal works. No, she says. This is BS. I'm just letting you know. What's BS? She says. It's still sold out. I'm doing the most right now, by the way. I ain't even showered or eaten. I'm putting your bag before my phone, before me eating, before me showering, getting dressed, or doing anything. It's still sold. So I rushed and did that for nothing. I'm waiting. I hit refresh like 10 times. I never bought from this, so I thought every single bag restocked. Hold on. He says, okay, well, let me know, because I rushed out 200 in Blair's count to make 12 for no reason. So she says, I'm confused right now. Maybe it just sold out hella fast. He said, no, I've been refreshing since 11:59. So let me know, because I want to eat, shower, go to Verizon, find shampoo, do sales, and record. So let me know, because I'm putting this first. She said, they only have the lavender, so I'm confused right now. Usually they restock every bag. So he says, okay, so I did that for nothing? She says, did what for nothing? Rush Blair to go put money on his account? She said, I mean, I told you you could put it on my account. I don't know why you put it on Blair's account. Because I was rushing to do it before 12, he said, because you were being mean about it, saying they're all going to be gone. She says, they already are gone. He said, this, now you care about time? She says, I don't care about time. I care about bots buying the bags. Can you stop being effing delusional like you're pissing me off? Stop trying to make me look effing dumb. Oh, you don't really need anybody to help you with that, Kenzie. He says, so I refreshed from 11:59 for 5 minutes, and they all somehow got sold right in front of my eyes. She says, I've been pissed all day over this phone, and you've been bugging me about a bag. Oh, he said this. I'm sorry. He says, I've been pissed all day over this phone, and you've been bugging me about a bag that we can't even buy. What do you mean? She says, probably. I don't effing know. Usually, that's how about to work. You should know this. Bots. He says, I was refreshing before they even dropped. I would have seen it for a second at least. She said, well, I'm fighting the bags on Poshmark for $175. He said, so should I just have Blair Zell me the money? She goes, I don't effing know. I don't know why you put it on Blair's card in the first place. He said, because I was trying not to waste your time. I thought they'd be in at 12. I was trying to buy them. I was ready to buy them. She says, I told you, you can come pick up my car. Why are you making this a big deal? He said, because you made it a big deal. When I was in the middle of dealing with Verizon, people stressing me out more than I already am, because you know how much I was dealing with those phones. Because you made it, you literally threw a fit. The money wasn't going to be there by 12. You said we would have problems, saying I don't spoil you. She said, yeah, you don't. He said, well, when I put all my time for you first and spend like a band a week on food, and I spend on food for you should be spoiling. I spend more on you than your parents make a year. WTF, she said, we have problems. Don't effing text me. I know you didn't just say that to me. Do not effing text me. What do you mean? He said, I'm literally just telling you, I spend more time with you than anything and literally spend like all my money on you. With all I have going on in my life, don't give me any more shite and stress me out, because I know I put you first every time. What's going on with the bag? Am I trying to buy any of them? I got to know, because Blair has to go to work, so I got to use his card or have him send me the money. She says, I don't effing know. I guess the only one that's available now is that lavender one. I wanted the silver one, but whatever. I don't even care anymore. I don't need you being mean to me and dogging my family. Like I said before, stop texting me now. He said, do you want that one? I'm sorry. I was mean. I'm just super heated. I paid over a band for this phone, and I'm dealing with all this BS. My stress is just turning into anger, and I wasn't trying to dog your family. I was just letting you know how much I actually spend on you. Can't say I don't spoil you, because I actually do. Hella, you go out, eat every week and get home cooked meals every night. And I never complain about doing it unless it feels unappreciated. Like you saying, I don't spoil you is crazy. In the past year, me saying that I've spent under 30K on you would be an understatement. She says, your apologies literally don't mean a single thing. You have already apologized like 5 times today, like each of them don't mean anything. She said, you just keep doing the same shite. I'm really over it. She said, eating a home-cooked meal every night is effing normal. He said, most kids these days don't. And from your family? Yes. From your boyfriend? No. He said, the only mean nothing like F you, tell yourself that. How do they not? I mean, I'm still trying to buy you the bag. I apologized and told you that I was mad. Like, are you trying to fight more with all I have going on? Like, I feel You try to stress me. I was telling you, I've been on the phone with Indians for an hour and you don't care. I know this morning you would not have dealt with what I did on the phone, and that was the most annoying thing ever. I got hung up on twice for no reason, had to talk to a bunch of Indians for customer support, and still have to go to Verizon and wait another couple of hours just to maybe get the phone I need. And I'm still putting you first. Right when I was ready, I rushed Blair to come drop the money at the ATM. I know not a single man ever in my life who cooks for his girlfriend every night, and you say that's normal. It's really not. Even my homies who make hella bread don't have the time for their girlfriends, like that they have to work so much. The fact that I have all the time to cook for you and make the money is super, super rare. I have never seen it myself. Maybe some make-believe couples on TikTok have that, but you only seeing the highlight reel. So now it's 1 p.m. Let me shower, eat, and start my day finally to see how the time pisses me off. And if I'm dealing with some BS like spending over a band on the wrong phone and having to talk to Verizon, just give me space. Don't stress me out while I'm trying to do it right. While I'm the one, I'm going to do whatever it is you need me to, because you know I will, because I'm just going to get more stressed out and mad. I'll just talk to you later. Let me know if you want me to try to order one of these bags. I love you, Nug. Should I just wash my hair with cold water again? Love you too, Nug. Can we go to town hall right now? She says, do you want to now? Did you get out of the shower? We're going to town hall with Rosie. So get ready when you're out of the shower. He said, I have plays, babe. Let me just do one. We're going to go, she said. Go to one and then get ready. I'm ready to go. Rosie is going home right now and getting ready. He said, I just got out of the shower. What time do we need to go? Go to your plays right now. He said, you just go with her. Are you home? No, she says. Bubba coming too. Us four. What time we going? He says. Whenever Rosie is ready. But she wants us to leave first. Okay, are you in your car right now? No, why? She says. He says, no, I'm saying like you took your car to Polaris, not your mom's. She said, I'm telling you, I did not go to Polaris. What is happening? I am home. I did not go to school. He said, I thought this meant you weren't home. Okay, I was going to say, those guns still in your car, LOL? I know, she said. We need to bring them in the house. Just go do that so we can go to town hall. She says, do you want me to bring them in the house right now? He said, just bring them in before you go anywhere. She says, what time are you going to be ready? He says, let me get dressed. I'll help you bring them in. Okay, come. She says, I'm wearing black and cheers. Cheers. Rosie will be ready in 15 minutes. Cheers, he says. Should I change to black? Cheetah, she said. What are you doing? Where are you at? Dom? He says, I'm about to do this sale right up the street, so I'll swoop you up after. Okay, bet. Let's just take your car, she says. I know. How long? How long? Question mark. Do you want me to drive or something? He says, I should be there. I should be to you by 2:40. Please hurry, babe. Nug. I am, he says. Get me after, she says. I got you, he says. He says, here. She's texting ice cream. Oh boy. She says, are you here? He says, yeah, I'm taking a shite. She says, take me home. He says, do you need a ride? I got you. Give me a second. She says, I need to get that shite out of my car. He said, I'll help you when I drop you off. She says, don't talk shite about him and then beef with him and then go hang out with him. That's weird as F. He says, I wasn't, WTF. She says, just saying. It's weird, to be honest. If you adore her, Dior her. He goes, I heard that song before. LOL. She said, it's a true statement. He says, I was about to say, I want new clothes, want to go shopping. I'm not trying to spend much over a band. Today, she says, no, let's go another day. I got plans. I'm at Allison's. Sam said hi, LOL. When are you coming home? She says. Some biatch threw up all over Miss Hassan today. It made my day. He says, I'm going to be on the way home here soon. She says, literally, she passed out in her arms and then she threw up all over her. Karma coming strong on people. He says, that's so funny. I know, she says. He says, Kenzie, we're going to Florida over Easter. What? She says, Easter is the 17th. F. He says, what do we do? I don't even know, she says. Answer. He says, yeah, we should see what they can do. Asked. About to be home, he says. I dipped. I think I locked the door. I figured you'd be live for a bit. For dinner, I was going to make a steak and asparagus. Do you want steak too, or do you want asparagus and pesto? She says, I'm down. Which one? I want to cook when I get home, he says. Bet, she says. I'm making hella money right now. He says, Kenzie, do you want a steak? I need to know, because then I have to go to the store. Or do you just want pesto? Sure, she says. Which one? Steak or pesto? Can I put cheese on the asparagus? I'm cooking asparagus and my steak. Now let me know when you're coming. I'll throw pasta on. On the way. Morgan texting again. Come back, she says. I want to answer. Dom? Now. Nugum. And tell your mom I said I love her and I'm glad she's okay. I see. Why are you not answering me, she says. Why are you being loud as shite in the shower? You've been showering for over an hour, and I keep trying to go back to bed, and you're just loud. WTF? He says, I was going to use the other shower, but it has mold, and I'm sorry. It took a while because I still have no shampoo. You just woke me up, she says, and I showered for over an hour. I've just been waiting to effing pee because I'm trying to go back to bed a little bit more, but no, you've been in the shower for 2 hours. Like, WTF? He says, no, it was about 25 minutes. I'm sorry, but I told you I needed to get ready tomorrow. I have to leave for the doctor's in an hour. Are you for real, she says? Question mark. He says, for real about what? You're in the shower. Again? No, I'm not, he said. I was blow drying my hair. She says, okay, go blow dry it in your room. Okay, I will. She says, are you still in the effing bathroom? Like, I've been holding my pee ever since you got in the shower. He said, my bad. Hold up. I'll get out. WTF? She says, you could have went in my bathroom. She says, yeah. Like, I can't sleep here anymore if you're going to wake me up every morning. He says, do what you got to do. Sorry, but I got to take my mom to her appointment, and I have no shampoo this week, so that doesn't make it any easier. She says, I know you're not in the shower. Like, I know you just didn't turn it on again. Like, I must be hearing that. I'm done sleeping here. He says, I flushed the toilet, Kenzie. I don't know how everything sounds like the shower. She goes, yeah, I'm pissed you woke me up. We have a problem right now. He says, why? What was I supposed to do? Shower in a moldy shower? I was going to shower in there, but it's moldy, and I never shower this early. You can't even be mad. I was just trying to make sure I'm ready for my mom. She said, Lexi just texted me. She's like, bro, I don't want to wake up to $40 tax and a screaming baby like biatch and tell me You can't do it. What'd she say? He said, $40 tax. She's telling me that she can do it, but she's dealing with so much right now. Text. Yeah, just say, I know you're dealing with a lot. Right now, I'm going to try to get someone else on the work. In the meantime, thanks for the help. I mean, she's saying she can do it because she graduated, her and Devin, and she's calling Devin and Dev. She said she's can get it done in a week. I don't know what the F to do. He said, just tell her you're trying to get it done sooner, then literally it don't matter. Should I just reply, you're still broke and fat? What should I reply? Don't change the fact that you let your cat's rabbit's arse over your pillow that you sleep on. Have fun with pink eye, babe. Rub its arse. This is all Kenzie. Nug. Dom says, just tell her, stop worrying about your pockets and start losing some weight because Chris can do way better. She says, LMFAO. Okay, Bet, that's mean AF. I'm going to say that, I think. He says, I mean what she's trying to get at, like WTF. Exactly, she's butthurt, AF, Kenzie says. He says, and she should lose some weight. I feel bad for Chris. And Kenzie says, I know, Chris is cool AF, and Morgan, just a blobfish AF. He says, yeah, or I just say, you're going to look like your mom. Her mom is huge. She said, I might not say that because that is really mean, and my mom doesn't want me to, but I might say something like that. Why your best friend uses you for a ride, you effing fat biatch. Actually, the Chris thing, but I don't know if I'm that mean anymore. I don't want to stoop down to her level. He says, just be like, what are you then, a broke biatch? Why are you taking offense to this? Because you're broke? Or just say this. Dang, I guess that comment really hitting home for you. She said, text me exactly what to say. He said, just say, so that comment really hitting home for you then. Said it. Just let me know what she say. She said, what comment, bro? Like I'm done texting her. He said, should have just told her to worry about losing weight and not pocket watching. Should I just say that now? Kenzie says, nah, LMAO. If she ends up saying more, you can. And he says, right now, she probably just feels stupid and broke. She says, I didn't see all of us. What should I reply? He said, just say you're just salty, you're broke. Perfect, he says. She literally needs mental help. I feel so bad for her, she said. I know what she's saying, but she's being a dumb biatch about it. And Kenzie says, like a better person, babe. I'm 10 times better than you will always be. Like, she hasn't hung out with me since sophomore year. And yeah, I was a little biatch sophomore year, but it's been 3 years, LOL. He says, yeah, she got it wrong. Not a better person, nicer maybe. Click, she says. But like she's saying it all wrong. Just tell her you're not being nice about it at all. If she didn't have her parents, she'd be broke as F2. She works at Subway. Just be like, you haven't hung out with me since I couldn't smoke, and you literally blew smoke in my face. That's disrespectful as F. That's when I stopped being cool with you. Kenzie says, I don't owe her anything, for real. Said it. He says, yeah, for real. I mean, like, yeah, you'd be broke if you didn't have me or your parents, but you're 17 and a senior. And I don't know why she's taking so much offense to that. Kenzie says she's just mad that you spoil me and treat me like a trophy wife. I'm a deserve to be treated like I'm a deserve to be treated. and she's going to be really mad when she's shopping at Mark's and I'm on a magazine. Oh boy. And then when she's mad as F for seeing me on a magazine, she's going to open Instagram and see me on her Instagram too. Yeah, she'll see you on Instagram, but because you're going to prison. And then when she closes Instagram, she's going to open TikTok, and I'm going to be the first person to pop up on her on that page with 1 million likes. Yeah, maybe, but it's about you being in prison or your jail calls or what you did. At that point, she's just going to turn off her phone and be done with life. Weird how weird hoe. Oh, really? It didn't turn out the way you thought, huh? Like, baby, she says, like, baby, I'm about to make some street bank in the next couple of months. Like, she doesn't understand, but I have planning and I don't need to explain to her what I'm going on. Like, she can keep scrapping it up for $10 an hour at the Subway. He says, yeah, you do plays for me. You're going to be a model and you won't even have to work ever again pretty soon because I'm about to start buying real estate. I just walked into the house and stared at Toph, and he was shook. She says, I'm dead. He's such a little pea.
You have to take a drink, whatever you have, okay? Whatever you've got in front of you.
Then she says, should I reply? You're still making subs for $10 an hour. She's posting on her story about me. Answer.
Now we're coming out here, or whatever you do, we're coming out here with a little bit of that extra white.
What happened?
Right? And we're going to leave it on here a little heavier this time. A little heavier. We're not going to mix it out so much out there.
What is going on?
Mix it and smoosh it, then the less bright it's going to be. It's going to constantly be mixing in with that bluish,
okay.
whitish pink.
Can you still hear me? I want to make sure my audio is still on. Let me know if you can still hear me.
How big, how bright, how far, right? Less pressure up here on the top, more pressure back here to pull them.
Oh, murder of crows. Carolyn, there's background noise? Did it just happen? Okay. Hold on a minute. It must have just happened, right? Okay, I'm stopping. Let me see. Hold on. Where would the background noise be coming from? Hold on. Let me, hold on. Let me go back on Zoom. Stop the share. Hold on.
It's right beneath this guy, which is right in the front, right? So all you gotta do is scroll down a little bit. A couple little plops of little clouds out there. And if you want to see it, somebody's gonna grab it during the live show, and I'll show it to you all. If not, you can go check it out on my website. It's there. You'll be able to find it. The more you mix, right? The more it's all gonna look the same. Let's leave a little disconnection in there too. A little disconnect. The more we push on this guy, the further out it's going to grow. The darker it shall become. But I really want it to get soft. Get out there like that.
You still have background noise?
It's the opposite, right? Normally you push on it and push on it.
Is it done now?
Soft.
Tell me.
You push on it soft, it gets
Tell me if you still have background noise.
Very neat little sky out there in the night.
Thought that would have done the trick. Did it stop now? I hear your phone background. I don't have anything on there. Is it done now?
I said it again. I'm sorry.
Did it stop now? It's like a cross. Did it stop now? It's gone. Darla Darling says it's gone.
This number, right? It's up here somewhere. And it'll show you
Is it gone now?
People that are coming in to watch, and it's
No, it's not gone. You still hear it. That's weird. There's nothing on.
Doesn't even matter. Out here, we're going to start laying in a bit of
Hold on.
frozen old grass out there, right?
Hold on.
The higher that I tap it, the brighter it is. The less that I touch it, right, the softer it'll be. We're going to start working it down this way and start working ourselves back and lower and lower and lower on this side, just literally tapping, letting the color fade away. Right? I don't want to see every single little piece of grass out there in the day, right? I didn't say night, so you didn't have to do it. But I don't want to see every single detail, which is why we tap over it multiple times. Okay? And then we're going to start getting bigger and bigger and bigger, at least on this left-hand side. As we start chapping it down, filling it in, not everywhere it has to all be.
Hold on a minute. I think I see this. What the heck is this? Is it gone now? Is it gone now? Is it gone now? Hi, Linda Uribe. Okay. How long was it there? Like, tell me. How far do I have to go back? How far do I have to go back? It was like 2 minutes, right? I don't know what it was. It was a crossover for something. Who knows? 10 minutes? Get out of here. Get out of here. I see. No, let me see. Let me go back to the timestamps. I see who's talking. Murder of Crows, 2:39. You're saying that's 10 minutes? Thank you for the super chat, Murder of Crows. Okay. What were we on? Thank you, Murder of Crows. It sounds like whether, no, it's still going. Okay. Okay. Was she telling you guys about, okay, I'll tell you what she was doing. She was talking about a person that was texting her that was making fun of her being broke or not having, if she didn't have Dom, she would be broke as F, right? And they were going back and forth of what to say to this woman. You're back in the ice cream hot mess? Oh my goodness, we got to go way back there. Oh my gosh. Mike saying you could hear me that say I don't have to go back. Dom was going to buy real estate. Just tell me, do you need me to go back and reread it or are we okay? You don't have to go back? Okay. No need to go back. Okay. All right. All right. Let's where are we here? Let me see. Wait, we didn't read this yet, did we? Did we get here yet? No, we didn't get here yet. Hold on. Okay, here we are. Let's go here. Should I reply? You're still making subs for $10 an hour. She's posted on her story about me. Answer, Kenzie says. Dom says, I don't even know. At this point, I wanted to let her know go more, but at this point, just tell her to start worrying about her weight and not your pockets. And then he says, honestly, just leave it alone. She says, I'm going to. I'ma just leave her undelivered. He says, yeah, like no point in beefing with her. She's trying to say working at Subway is good or something. She says, I know. And she's posting about me like she's not supporting you because Chris buys weed to send you all the time. Maybe you should just stop selling him weed and cut off that fat hoe weed supply. If Chris ever wants to see me again or be allowed over, he's going to have to apologize on her behalf as well. Kenzie's saying that. And he says, Chris probably had nothing to do with it. Let her be miserable. I can't not be friends with Chris because he didn't do anything, but I will mention something to him because I don't know why she's trying to put you down when you did nothing to her. That's weird as F. Then she says she brought you up. I'm too far ahead? Hold on. Ash says I'm too far ahead. Hold on. Sorry. No, we're back, sis. This is when he said, just say that comment's really hitting home. We read all that. Let's see. And we read this. Yeah, for real. I mean, like, yeah, you'd be broke if you didn't have me or your parents, but you're 17 and a senior, and I don't know why she's taking so much offense to that. And then Kenzie said, she's just mad that you spoil me and treat me like a trophy wife. I am deserved to be treated. She's going to be really mad when she's shopping at Mark's and I'm on a magazine. And then when she's mad as F for seeing me on a magazine, she's going to open Instagram and see me on her Instagram too. And that's when I said, yeah, that's where you're going to be on there, but for different reasons, girl. And then when she's mad at, okay, hold on a minute. And then at that point, she's going to just turn off her phone and she's going to be done with life. Weird. Ho. Yeah, we were there. Okay. That's where we were. And then she said, like, baby, I'm about to make some street bank in the next couple of months. Like, she doesn't understand, but I have planning and I don't need to explain to her what I have going on. Like, she can keep scrapping it up for $10 an hour at Subway. And then he says, yeah, like you do plays for me. You're going to be a model. You won't even ever have to work again pretty soon because I'm about to start buying real estate. And then he says, I just walked into the house and stared at Toph and he was shook. And she says, I'm dead. He's such a little pea. And then she starts showing the screenshots again of that lady. And then she said, should I reply, you're still making subs for $10 an hour? She's posted on her story about me. Answer. He says, I don't even know. At this point, I wanted to let her go more, but at this point, just tell her to start worrying about her weight and not your pockets. See, that's where we were. And then he says, honestly, just leave it alone. She says, I'm going to just leave it on deliver. And he says, yeah, no point in beefing with her. She's trying to say working at Subway is good or something. And he says, she says, I know. And she's posting about me like she's not supporting you because Chris buys weed to send you all the time. Maybe you should just stop selling him weed and cut off the fat hoe weed supply. Right? If Chris ever wants to see me again, she says, or be allowed over, he's going to have to apologize on her behalf as well. And Dominic says, Chris probably has nothing to do with that. Let her be miserable. I can't not be friends with Chris because he didn't do anything, but I will mention something to him because I don't know why she's trying to put you down when you did nothing to her. He says that's weird as F. She says she brought you up. He says, what'd she ever say about me? She says, apparently you thought it was funny. He says, yeah, I didn't think it was funny. I don't know why she's trying to put you down. You're 17. What's the plan today? She says, well, me and Faith are going to go to the beauty supply store first to get her some stuff, and then I'm going to come home. Okay, he says. Hot, he says after seeing her picture. Ears. She says, about to be home, town hall, maybe. He says, honestly, you don't give a single F about me. So fake. You're so fake. She says, we're on a break. She says, when are you going to resolve this issue? We can be cool. He says, no, you were stubborn. I'm not giving myself any more stress over this. You obviously don't give a single F about me. I'm just going to go chill with my mom next door. She probably needs me. You were stubborn, refused to do anything else for over an hour. And when I finally caved in and said I'd go to a restaurant, I'm sick of you, said you don't want to go, talked over me, didn't listen, and repeated things over what I was saying. So, no, you have to fix this all. You have to fix this. All I did was try to comprise. And when I finally, I think he means compromise. And when I finally freak out, I'm the bad guy. Yeah, okay. I can't deal with this BS. I have so much effing stress. You couldn't deal in my shoes. She says, yeah, you're right. You're the bad guy. You're insane. And you need help. He says, yeah, I get mad. People get mad. It's understandable, especially with all I've got going on. When you get mad and you're stressed, I blow it off and I ignore it. I literally said I wouldn't be mean, and we could have just went to town hall. Then for real. He says, sorry for getting mad, but you can't blame me for getting mad. I'm going to get mad. I was trying to go to town hall, or I just wanted you to leave because I didn't want to get mad. But that was really frustrating. You should understand. Yeah, no. And then she says, if you're not going to want to go to town hall today, you're not going to want to go tomorrow for my mom's birthday. So yeah, I'm cool on hanging with you. You fixing this or we have problems. He says, why would we go 2 days in a row? You were being stubborn, babe, making me mad. And when I finally get mad and then you hold it over my head. She said, for my mom's birthday, can you not read? Well, you know what? When you say, can you not rear, when you mean read, Kenzie, you're not sounding too smart there. Okay. Especially when you're trying to make a point like that, you should at least proofread that one. I also said I was sorry too. Like, I'm for real done. Okay, bye, Felicia. Why would we go today? He says, if we're going tomorrow. She said, your apologies mean nothing, literally nothing. Good, he won't give them to you anymore. And I want it. I don't care. I can eat there every day, like the F. I'm done. Don't text me. He says, then how come when I get mad impulsively, it means nothing? She says, I'm about to block you, so I would stop. He says, like I literally just got mad for a second and then was cool. Why does that mean something? And my apologies don't. Like, you say whatever you want to me and I don't hold it over your head. You mean as F. And I let you be like, I can play that game too, babe. Like a relationship doesn't work like that. And you know it doesn't. She says, your apologies mean nothing. B, you repeat your actions. So yeah, I don't give an F. Stop texting me. You just annoying the F out of me. Like, I don't need your anger issues right now. He says, oh, okay. You have anger issues too. You were being negative first. I thought of multiple different options of what we could do, and you were stubborn and declined every single option, even when I said, I just go down to the town hall. So, yeah, me being like that is reasonable, especially with all I have going on right now. You're not the one dealing with this. Most of my stress and issues is coming out of my anger. That's why I got so mad over the phone. It's not me getting mad. It's me letting out anger and not realizing it, but I'm realizing it now. And I'm realizing it now and not going to deal with it. I said I was sorry, and I said you should understand. All my problems are worse right now. I didn't get any sleep last night, either, like I'm having a hard time keeping it together. Why do you use that excuse every time, she says. Like, that's what you said when you texted Emily. Here we go, bring it up again. He said, that's why I said, if you're going to be negative, leave. She says, like, I don't care. He says, Kenzie, because it's the truth. He says, that's when I give you the option to just leave. Don't take it personally. She said, we have problems. Get it through your head. He said, whatever, Kenzie. I said I'd go to town hall, and I said I was sorry. You should be sorry too. You're not sorry, she said. You're going to do this again in a couple of days for real. He said, I got mad, and I don't mean it. You were stubborn. So what? I didn't complain. I just said, if you're going to be negative, go home. And I said, we can go to town hall. Why would I go with you? Okay, Kenzie, just be mean then. Okay, Dom, just have a temper tantrum, she says. She says, I think I'm going to go with Faith and Tyler. So, yeah, thanks for being a D. I'm going to give you one last chance to fix this before I block you. He says, I said I was sorry. What else would I do? Are you slow? She says, question mark. He says, just being mean again. She says, so what? I'm getting out of this conversation is all you can do to solve the problem is apologize, which means nothing. Let me know because I'm going to block you. And we going on a break. He says, I said a lot more than that, but yeah, what else would I do? What else you want me to do? Are you serious? She says, like, I know you didn't just send that message to me. Like, are you serious? I'm going to give you one more chance before I block you. He says, what? You still want to go to town hall, even though we're going tomorrow? Or do you not want me to go tomorrow? She says, are you going to be mean tomorrow too? He says, if I do, I guess we can go. She says, are you going to be mean today as well? Like, why would I want to go anywhere with you? He says, I'd rather do something different tonight than go there tomorrow. She says, like, your attitude is a-hole. He says, I'm not going to be mean tomorrow. She says, and I don't care. He says, enjoy dinner. And he says, everyone's dinner is on me. She says, you don't have to do that. She says, I don't know what to get my mom for her birthday, though. I didn't get her anything. He says, oh, well, then I won't come if you don't want me to. She says, usually my dad will tell me and Danny and take us to go shopping, but he didn't. So now I didn't get her anything. Can we go to Michael's? He says, well, let's try and get her something. You want to go to the mall and get her candles and stuff from that store we like or something? Yarn. Yeah, what's there? Okay, bet. Okay, you can get me now. 5 minutes, she says. He says, I'm meeting up with Angelo. He needs stuff from the house. Give me a second. How long, she says. I'm about to go alone. Dead arse. I don't have time for this BS. He says, let me see how long. It shouldn't be that long. Where's Michael's? Do you want me to meet you? She says, why the F would I want you to meet me there? WTF. How long? He says, Michael closes at 9. We have plenty of time. I don't care, she says. 25 minutes, he says. WTF. I'm about to go alone, she says. I'm not waiting for you to just be annoying and probably mean. Like you really just trying to make me mad AF. He says, I'm not going to be mean. I haven't been mean this whole time. You have actually been mean to me at points. She says, okay. How long now? Another 20 minutes, I'm guessing? He says, it's only been 15. And I'm already by Alban and Pearl. I've been whipping. She says, you need to hurry or I'm going alone. He says, I'm on by Alban and Pearl. You know how long it's going to take. Stop being like that. Here, he says. She says, I'm so confused. What do they want from me? He says, billing address, last 4 digits of the card, and your card type. My address, she says. I don't know what kind of card my card is. It's connected to my mom's. Maybe a debit card? Why do they need this information? I'm kind of sketched out. He says, probably because my shipping address is different than billing. Oh, so they're trying to make sure I'm not robbing you or something. He said, your card type should be on the card. She says, I think it's a debit card, probably a Visa or a MasterCard or something. It is. He says, I think they want Visa or MasterCard, not debit or credit card. She says, we're thinking it's a MasterCard. Then he says, I'm so mad. My dryer machine sucks. I put it on air fluff and it doesn't dry. I put it on delicates. It shrinks my shite. Now my clothes smell and I have no underwear. She said, just come wash it here. And I wait 2 hours for underwear? So dumb, for real. I just started it on delicates. If it shrinks my shite again, I guess I don't know what the F to do. Already shrank my one fit hella. I'm not even going to wash it again till I have a new washer and dryer. Yeah, I'm so pissed. She says, what do you want to do? Question mark. He says, I'm in the shower. Hopefully it's dry when I'm out. She said, I have them. Bet. Are you okay? He said, I'm afraid Toph is going to hurt someone. Who? I'll just talk to you in person. Come over if you want. She said, okay, I'm gonna come. Do you want me to take my card when we go shopping? And do you want me to bring anything from my house? He says, I don't know. I don't feel stable with this. I'd rather just talk to you in person before we go anywhere. You live right down the street anyway. Okay, baby, I'm coming now, she says. He says, bro, there's a line. How long? I don't care, she says. 4 people. It's okay, she says. It'll go fast. He says, but I don't know if dude's kids are getting shite. He has hella little Lars kids with him. Hell no, she says. Are you helping with the bill? Then she says, there was just a popping sound in your kitchen. He said, nothing happened, so it must be fine. What's the plan for today? She says, that's what I asked you. Really? On what? I must not have got the message. Nah, I asked you something. I'm confused now. This is her. I texted your mom. He says, I looked on Snap. You must not have sent it on or something. She says, LOL. He says, LOL. She says, because the bow ties threw me off. I asked, what's the plan? He says, oh, okay. She said he was ordering Bolt. Do you want to go to the grocery store and get some fruit or what? I can come over right now. Dom says, yeah, I'm down. I just got out of the shower. She says, okay, bet. Let me tell her bye. He says, so take your time. She says, I literally love this biatch. He says, gotta brush my teeth and stuff. She says, Peyton, my biatch. He says, is that the TikTok girl? Yes, she said, I love her. That's dope. Where's she from? She's 13, 12. She's from Canada. On the way. Then she says, this D just letting his dog bark. It's been for so long. Every time I drive past his house, I'm going to lay on my effing horn, literally F him, she says. He says, try and sleep in my room. You don't hear it. Then she says, when you drive past his house, lay on the horn. He says, no, it's right across the street from me. If you go to my room, just move the clothes over nicely. If you sleep on that side, they all clean clothes. She says, let me know when you are home. He says, I got you. I just got home, but I got to dip again. She says, when will you be home for good? He says, I don't know yet. I'm trying to be really quick, though. Trust me. Okay, she says. How long? Till you home. Let me know. Bro, you effed up. Oh my gosh. I don't do this when you make a mistake, he says. Yeah, now we have effing problems because your effing brain can't work right. Effing stupid arse MFer, like I'm not sleeping over tonight. He says, what about when you grab the wrong flower? I don't care. She says, wasting my effing time, making me wait around for you, just a effing waste of my time even more. I don't give an F. We have problems. You can figure it out on your own. Stupid arse, the F. He says, the F. She says, wasting my time and you're also filling up my tank. He says, the F. She says, and I'm making dinner at my house, you effing idiot. Cool, he says. You're being crazy. She says, I'm going to give you another chance to reword that because I think you misspelled it because I really wouldn't want you to be single. And then he says, I'm literally going to be home in 20 minutes. You tripping too hard for nothing. Like that rude is hard as F. We don't gotta let it cool. It'll be fine. I don't blow up on you for making mistakes. So you can, you're sorry, cuss. That was mean as F. And I already fill your tank anyway. And my house is 0.1 miles away. That's not wasting any gas. She says, we are not hanging out tonight. He says, okay, then that's fine. She says, he says, I'll remember this next time you make a simple little mistake. She says, do you think this is a simple mistake? Your brain must be mush. Like I said, we have effing problems. And if you don't fix it, then you're going to be single. And she says, yeah, I walked out and locked it. It was a mistake. It's not changing much. I can be back there soon and make the rice. She says, yeah, I'm not coming over tonight. Like I said, I'm already cooking food at my house right now, since you like to waste my effing time. He says, okay, Kenzie, whatever. I'll remember this when you make a mistake, since I have to fix mistakes, I guess. She said, you make the same R-word, arse mistakes 8 to 10 times a week. He said, and I would say, I'm sorry, but I guess it doesn't mean anything. Twice lately, but every time I leave my house, I lock it. She says, then give me an effing key if you're going to be so effing dumb about it, like shite. She says, no, we're not going to eat dinner until like 11 o'clock at night because of your arse. So this is why I'm effing eating now, because you love to just do stupid things. And he says, whatever, you can say you're sorry for all the mean shite you said. She said, it's not happening. We have problems until you fix this. And he said, and how you suggest I fix this? Because from what I recall, I have never gotten mad over you making a mistake. You brought cornstarch the other day and was afraid I'd get mad. And you know what I said? It's okay. It was a mistake. She goes, from now on, you're going to give me a key to your house. You're going to start cooking dinner, and then I'm going to come over when it's effing done, and I'm not helping you do shite tonight. Or is that too hard for you today? He said, if you say you're sorry, you're not going to demand or threaten things because I made a mistake. She said, is that a no? He said, I'll do it if you're not mean about it and demanding. Like, what the heck? I said I'd start it when I'm back. So is that a no? She says. He says, be nice and you will get whatever from me. She said, be smart and you'll get whatever you want from me. He said, even the smartest people make mistakes. And you know, I'm under a lot of pressure lately. And she says, so are you going to give me a key when I get over there? And he says, like, what I just did was big now. I can sleep at night. I'll get one made. How long till you back now? She says, another hour. He says, I'm almost by that other Duncan. This is crazy. Hold on. I got to take my allergy pill and blow my nose here. He has not called her one name, and she keeps questioning his intelligence. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know, because she's such a scholar. She's such a scholar, a Rhodes Scholar, isn't she? They're actually asking her to go to Harvard, I heard, on a scholarship. There are so many things he could say back to her when she calls him stupid. I'd be like, stupid? Well, who's the one that's got to have somebody come do her English and her math and take her exams for her because you can't pass freaking high school and she's not even capable of passing a GED. Who's stupid? Tell me who's stupid. Nutcase. Okay. Now, let's see what we got here. He said, I'm almost by that other Duncan, so not too long. Okay, she says. So you saying you're sorry? No, he says. Oh, okay. So you don't want me to cook? She says, that's not my problem. I already ate. Pick your fight because you know what's going to happen if you choose not to. And then he says, I just want you to say sorry for being mean as F. And she says, I just want you to stop making that mistake. And he says, okay, I will. Maybe don't be mean as F. And then he says, like, I don't do that to you. She paid people to do her English and they still failed. Really? Crazy. I know. English and math. He said, no. She says, no, you're going to stop doing that. So are you cooking or not? He says, if you want me to cook, say you're sorry. Because what I did was an accident. You were mean on purpose. She says, okay, I'm not coming over then. He says, okay then. She says, we have problems. You about to be single. He says, Kenzie, I just want you to say sorry for being mean, like you tripping. When you try to break up with me over stuff like this, I'm done entertaining it. You can just break up with me. She says, it's not happening. So you're either going to cook dinner and suck it up, or we have problems. Wow. She's something, huh? Because you know that's not right. I made a mistake. You were just mean on purpose. She says, so what's it going to be? Are you cooking dinner or are we having problems? He says, like, you can be mean as F every week. If you just know you're being mean and say sorry and admit you're wrong, I don't care because I understand anger. I know how it works. I'm mean when I'm angry too. But if you can't say you're sorry again, then that's just being stubborn. She says, so what's it going to be? Are you cooking dinner or are we having problems? He says, and again, you're threatening me. And he says, so you can say sorry for the threats, for calling me stupid, and I'll cook you dinner. And she says, so are you cooking or not? And he says, I have it all. I'm just waiting for a real apology from you. And he says, you know, if an apology meant that much to you, even if I thought I wasn't in the wrong, I would say I'm sorry to you. You're really not going to apologize? She says, let me know when the food done. He says, okay, I guess just apologize whenever you want to come eat. She goes, yeah, not happening. We have effing problems. Threats again, he said. She said, no, that's not a threat. That's a fact. And we have a serious relationship problems now with your weird attitude. She says, you wasted my whole day. He said, you're the one who's threatening me and being mean when all I did was make a mistake. And he said, you could have been over so long ago if you just apologize. Like it's literally like 3-word minimum. She says, and it's not happening. So you're either going to make the dinner and have me come over, or we have problems. So he said, so if you make a mistake, then it would be okay for me to call you names and threaten you and not say sorry. That would make it okay. Let me know, because if that's what you think, then so be it. So you don't have to say sorry. She says, I'm going to give you one last chance to cook dinner and figure this out and fix this problem. Didn't this biatch just say she ate on her own? Didn't this biatch just say she ate on her own? Yeah, she did. Okay? So what the hell does she need another dinner for? Why does she have to have 2 dinners? I couldn't deal with this. Oh my gosh, I just think of her with those freaking eyelashes. I would probably grab her by the eyelashes and just yank them right off. Sorry. Okay. Be like, oops, sorry, they got stuck on you. No, I probably, oh my gosh. Nut. Okay. He says, he questioned that. And then he said, let me know if that's what you want. So be it. You don't have to say sorry. And then he said, so what you're saying, you know what you said was wrong, but you're still not going to say sorry. She says, so what you're saying is you're still not going to fix the problem. He said, you're the one who has the fixing to do. He says, I'm literally making dinner right now. Maybe she's hungry, Murder of Crows. Hi, Paige's mama. Maybe she's hungry. Okay. I wonder what her mother, who thinks she's so perfect, has to say about these texts. She was insufferable. Yeah. I don't think she thinks anything about them. She needs a cheeseburger. Yeah, she needs, I don't know what she needs. I can think of a lot of things she needs. Kick in the butt would be good too. I'm waiting for your apology. You're not getting an apology, she says. Why, he says. So, am I going to bed or am I coming over to eat dinner? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Why don't I get one? Why are you ignoring my questions? She says, I'm not apologizing. So what's it going to be? Why though, he says. Because I'm not going to apologize. So what's it going to be? Last chance, she says. What's your reason? I don't know what you're not getting about last chance. Well, he says, I just want to know your reason. Okay, I'm going to bed. Okay, good night, bitch. He says, I don't understand why you can't tell me why. But okay, go to bed, I guess. He says, so I'm about to just take the rice off. You sure you don't want to say you're sorry or anything? I'm not, she says. Okay, so you just want me to take the rice off. You sure you don't want to just say sorry, eat and watch movies? I'll come eat. I'm not saying sorry. Wow. Why, he says. Get it through your head, she says. You about to be single. Let's figure this out right now. I'd say you're not going to be figuring anything out. You suck at math, remember? Okay. He says, Kenzie, if you break up with me over this, I'm not going to chase you. Oh, for real, she says. He says, because you should just say you're sorry and come over. But for some reason, you can't do that. Because in all reality, whether you realize it or not, if you broke up with me over this, then you just prove you don't care. She says, I'm not apologizing. You're either going to let me come over and eat dinner and it's going to be normal, or we're going to have relationship problems and we are going on a break and we will not talk until Florida. And I keep saying you're not going to chase because that's just going to make me not do a lot of things for you. And I already did. I'm done doing your dishes and cleaning your house. So I'm going to let you be a big boy and choose your future. Pick wisely. He said, so you're done doing anything because I made a mistake? Then you proceed to threaten me and be mean to me? So let me compare this real quick. Me makes a mistake. Kenzie calls me names, threatens me, doesn't apologize. So that's what I did, as I recall, and what you did. So what are you going to choose? To break up with me over a mistake or say sorry for something you did on purpose? She says, so what's it going to be? And he says, let me know, Kenzie. I'm just waiting for some type of apology. She says, you're not getting an effing apology. You're not getting an effing apology. You're not getting an effing apology. You are not getting a effing apology. Are you understanding it now? You are not getting a effing apology. It's an an. A-N, A-N. You should pass it. If you passed English, you wouldn't write like this. It's painful to read this. You're not getting a effing apology. You're not getting an effing apology. So you're saying you have no empathy for me, he says. And she continues with this grammatically incorrect sentence. You are not getting a effing apology. And he says, none at all. No empathy and not even sympathy. She says, so what's it going to be? Am I coming to eat dinner or no? You're not getting an effing apology. I don't know. Are you, Kenzie? She said, because I'm going to let you know right now, your decision is going to drastically change this relationship. You're the one changing it, he said. You're the one making the decision. All I want is I'm sorry, but now it's going to feel like an apology. Something is all, but it's not going to feel like an apology at all. Okay. You just have no sympathy or empathy for me for some very, very, very odd reason. You're not getting, oh, she put the "and" and she listened to me. She wrote it right this time. You're not getting an apology. Wow. He says, do you have remorse for anyone? She says, I mean, think about it. You cheated on me several times and then just recently cheated on me again. So yeah, you're going to have to earn that if you want that from me. He says, like, what is this? She says, you're not getting an apology. So what's going to happen? This is your last chance because I'm going to block you. Okay, Kenzie. This is your last chance because you're getting blocked. So what's it going to be? This is your last chance. Remember what happened last time I told you this is your last chance and you didn't do it? So this is your last chance. I'm very making sure that you know it's your last chance. So I would really want you to pick the right reason right now. And he says, well, I'm making dinner and I'm just waiting to see if you have some type of remorse for human life. Because this is your last chance, she says. Last chance. 1, 2. Because if you don't, I don't know if I can trust you. 3, 4, 5. Because that's really, really weird. Okay. What's it going to be? Am I coming over or are you getting blocked? And are we having a break until Florida? Kenzie, he says, if we have a break until Florida, you might as well just break up with me. Like, what is this? I made a mistake, so I get punished? So am I coming over for food or not? He says, all I did was make a mistake. Now I get threatened and name called? Yes or no, she says. Then I want an apology. She says, once again, this is your last chance. And whoa, that's so crazy. So I guess I'm getting broken up for that. Let me know when you're up. I'm up. And then she starts putting the bikini in there again. My mom wants to come into Polaris this week. I'm going to have to come with her too. What the heck happened? She's putting the Namaste food, gluten-free, organic, perfect flour blend. I'll let you know when we do customer service. Look at the ingredients of that. It's really good flour. She can't even spell the word flour correctly. And then we can just use it instead of other stuff. Why? What's wrong with teff and quinoa. Look at the ingredients of the flour that I sent you. It's a ton of them mixed together. My grandma uses it. Bet. Yeah, it looks good. I'm honestly craving those Teft pancakes. They were good as F. Teft flour is not cup for cup, so we pretty much can only use it to make things that are Teft flour recipe. What are we making for dinner? Look what I just found on Depop. Why are you not answering? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't know. What are you want to make? Something good. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Sorry, Kenzie. I'm shopping with my mom. Let me think. I'm hungry, she says, but I can't eat anything here because it's bad. Town hall? Question mark, question mark. I'ma need you to start answering or I'ma get mad. Oh boy. He says, yes, we can go. Okay, yay. I look really cute. Oh, I'm sure you do. Bet. When do you want to go? After I feed the dog. How long? And what are you wearing? Look at my story. He says, my mom wants to go to Red Lobster tomorrow with us. Red Lobster is non-GMO. At least the seafood, you know? For real. Dom. Truffles. Fried shrimp tempura, buffalo tenders, grilled cheese, tacos. Pudding bowl for dessert. Side of nachos. Yeah. Flour shell? Chicken taco? Okay, answer fast. About what, he says. If I have a question. Okay. It's not side of nachos, it's side of chips and salsa, by the way. Okay, give me a 20. Wait. Just stay. Okay, give a 20. I'ma go home. Your attitude is repulsive as F. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this girl. Why? Where are you at? If you're not going to chase and tell me you want me to be around you, then I'm not going to be around you. You know that song, If You Want Me to Be Closer to You? Her version of it is like, just think of that as a song, what she says there. If you're not going to chase me and tell me you want me to be around you, then I'm not going to be around you. Oh my gosh. She's crazy. Okay, no, Kenzie, he didn't cheat on you. He should have. Yeah, I said it. She can pay for her own. What is he for? I agree. Didn't cheat. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is crazy. She is crazy. Okay. Why didn't you come? I should feel loved and wanted around, but it's almost like you just try to get the F away. What, do you blame him, Kenzie? Who wouldn't want to get the F away from you? Like I said before, if you're not going to chase and make me feel like you want me around you and tell me that you want me around you, then I'm going home and I'm not going to be around you. And can we give you a round of applause? He says, what? I ran over here because it was cold. She says, and you didn't even drink the tea I made you this morning. Oh, you actually stopped over there, all mad. He says, I have never been good at finishing my tea. I usually use the microwave to reheat it, but I didn't want to do that. She says, and did not tell me to come with you. You just were there. He says, no, I didn't. I had a J in my lips. I couldn't talk. She says, so I'm just going to go home since you want to just be there at that negative energy for over an hour. My body is not going to be able to handle that. I do not want to do that. She says, me too. My mouth was duct taped to close. I couldn't talk to either. My hands were also glued to my back. What the heck is she talking about? What? He said. Everything was just fine. And I ran over here and now it's not. Like, what is this? I'm live. Oh my gosh, she's live. I think you have my keys. No way. Yes, in the Fendi. I'm using my spare, so it's cool right now. I have them. What time you going to be ready to go? Right now, I'm getting pissed. Everyone being slow as F, taking so long, like I haven't even been interviewed yet. Read. Question mark, question mark, question marks. Wow. Okay, I just thought I'd call. Why would you call? He says everyone is ready, Noog. When do you think you'll be out? I am on camera. I effing hate this shite. I'm so mad right now. So many ugly arse weirdos. I am waiting to be effing interviewed. What should I tell them? Should we go? And if you're out soon, you meet us? I don't want to make my mom wait. We about to get a table. Let me know if you want me to order you crab legs. Okay, I didn't go without me. I know. You. We were waiting half hour wait. We're waiting half hour wait. I know you didn't go without me. I know you didn't do that. Why are you mad? We were supposed to go at like 3. It's 4:30. If you're done, swing by. Are you coming? Uh-oh, we're getting close to low power. Are you coming? We're going to sit at the bar. Do you want me to get you crab legs? Are you going to make it? Kenzie, it's taking forever, so you got time. You'll probably be so annoyed if you were here anyway. The service is terrible right now. They have no workers. I'm done now. Answer, she says. Now. Tell your mom I said thank you for food. We're just going to have to hit Allison's tomorrow. I got my period. Wonderful. Babe, I'm scared right now. You need to call me. I'm home. So what happened? Do you know who he is? Loud. Stop turning it up more. You woke me up. Sorry, it wasn't loud in here. It's just because those speakers are huge. So the sound goes so far. Excuse AF. I don't care. I'm being serious. I'll play it, and it's not even loud in here. I was trying to show Blair over the FaceTime. I'm gonna do one more. There's a package on my front porch, I guess. Grab it for me. If not, I can. She says, what is it? He says, I don't even know. Get it, she says. Okay, I'll come. Lay with me, she says. He says, I came out to get the package over an hour ago. He. I had fun with you. I wish I could have stayed up with you all night. Love you, Nug. I love you, Nug. My love. Yeah. I'm getting in the shower. Sorry if I woke you up. I waited as long as I could. You want anything from Prestes? Yes. Those little balls. with sprinkles. Biscotti? Raspberry kolache. Isn't that it? Yes. Okay, Betty says. She says take a pick. He says cheat day. I'm yes. She says, is it organic or non-GM or no GMO? He says, I don't know. I don't want to ask because it's super busy, but I assume it's good. Best bakery in Cleveland, all Italian owned since forever. Forget about it. I'm going to tell you, okay. Those are all the cookies. They have rainbow sprinkles. Raspberry Lola. Kolache, whatever. And those balls with the rainbow sprinkles, they're a pale color. I'm getting Linzer, he says. I'm getting those two. I got you. I know what you want. Yay, she says. Look what I found on Depop. Is Tyler Croy smart? I don't know, for real. He said he can do my work. My English. How long will it take him? He said he can finish it by next Monday. We need paper towels, he says. He says you might as well grab another case of water. Phone died. I can go back. You're fine. You mean you made a mistake? We have one roll. Okay, bet. I don't think, he says, I don't think that's real. That's $31K a year. If he can just give that out, he could probably just get an actual girlfriend. She says, should I try or no? He says, does it have like 0 followers? She says, 2,113. Hella followers. What he wants you to do? I don't know, just me talk. If he just wants to talk to you, sure, but make him pay you first. I will, LOL. I'm about to be done. Bet, I just got done shaving, so we could go soon. What are you wearing to dinner? Here. I see, 1 second. It's locked. Is it raining? You need to come now, bro. So she's now going to guys that just want to talk to her? Yeah, okay. They just want to just send in purses. Go buy it with the money you're going, being a, whatever you want to call it, WTF. Good job ignoring till I fall asleep. Now I'm mad AF at you. You cannot talk to me. Ignoring what? I'm stressed out, he says. She says, I don't care. And your house smells like shite. I'm sorry. I see you open the windows. She says, and now we have a problem. When you want to be a normal boyfriend, you can text me and fix this problem. Until then, we have a problem. This is so crazy. He says, Kenzie, I'm at the hospital, and you called me and started giving me hella attitude. I said earlier, wait till I get out and we'll go from there. She says, nobody. I asked you if you want to go to Beechwood today, and you said you're at the hospital. And I didn't ask if you were at the hospital. I asked if you wanted to go to Beechwood. Wow. So when you want to apologize and be, no, you're not getting any freaking apology. Don't give her one. She doesn't like apologies. So when you want to apologize and be a good boyfriend, you can text me. But until then, you're getting ignored. So are you. Okay. He says, you asked if I wanted to go to Beechwood, and I said that I'm still at the hospital because I already told you to wait till I'm back. And you said something like, I didn't ask I asked you if you wanted to go to Beechwood, which was really rude. So I said, WTF, why are you giving me attitude for no reason? And you got mad and hung up. So really, you should apologize. It's not happening. So you can figure it out, or you're getting ignored until you do. Oh my gosh, this is so crazy. I don't care about you apologizing, but I'm not going to apologize for saying I'm still at the hospital. Like, that makes no sense, especially after you just gave me attitude for no reason. Like, why do you feel the need to talk to me like that? Good to know, she says. He says, my mom wants to know if she should get crab legs for us. I told her get them if they are wild caught. She says, so are you not going to apologize or what? Are you going to apologize? He said. Okay, I'm going to ignore you. Don't text me until you're apologizing. Why do you think I need to and you don't? She says, I'm going to give you one last chance before I block you because I'm not going to be with a man who can't hold up to his actions. It's honestly repulsive. This is the last day you take out your stress on me. What the heck is wrong with this girl? You have 5 minutes now. Who wants to go up and see her? Kenzie, he says, I'm not taking any stress out on you. I'll say I'm sorry, but you don't just call me and give me attitude for no reason. Like, if I did that to you, it would be a whole different story. We're just not going to do that. I don't do that to you. She says, you still have not apologized. And obviously, apology is going to mean nothing now because you can't do it on your own. Well, just like you. So you didn't have to give him one. He doesn't have to give you one. Sorry. He says, I would apologize if you did earlier. I just like to know the reasoning behind things. I just want to know why first before I say sorry. I'm sorry. Don't say you're sorry to her. I need to fully understand to apologize unless it's just an apology to make them feel better. She says, you still haven't apologized, so clearly something's wrong with you, right? Or else, not unless. I'm sorry, Kenzie. Wow, you finally say sorry after me asking 3 times? Stubborn. Blocked. That's so stubborn. Are you going to apologize for calling me names now? Or are you that insecure? Sorry I called you stubborn. Are you just trying to be single now? That's what it looks like. Yeah, we have some effing problems. Dumb arse, the F. It's almost like you just don't use your head. He says, I'd rather be single if we're just going to do this BS all the time. If you've just been stubborn all day, you've been way worse to me than I have to you. You're going to say sorry for calling me dumb as F and saying I don't use my head? Probably not. She says, I don't owe you anything. Remember when you texted Emily and cheated on me with her? Literally like last month. That is why we don't have sex, because anytime I've given you just become a straight D, you don't deserve any of my feminine energy, and I should not have soul tied with you. What the heck? I was just about to text you and say, it's whatever. I'm sorry. She says, literally, you are such a D. You're going to start treating me like the goddess I am, or you're going to be a single little biatch. No, clearly it's not. You're just apologizing because you know you effed up. That's not how it works. Then be single, the F. I don't care. No, literally was about to text you because I didn't know if I was blocked too. She says, I asked you to massage me and you said you were going to, and then you literally just disappeared for like 2 hours. That's why I was mad. Then go be effing single if you want to be single. Yeah, I'm sorry, Kenzie, but I can't sleep at night because of this shite. I don't effing care. Then why are you effing taking it out on me? Do you expect me to just let you be an effing D? This is her. No, that's not how it works. You're lucky I got back together with you after you cheated with me with Emily. You cheated on me with people that are my friends more than 4 times. It will always go back to that. Then goodbye, lady. Okay. He says, I wasn't taking it out on you at all. I disappeared because I wasn't going to be able to sleep. So I was taking care of that. And I wasn't trying to be a D at all. You called me on the phone. You said, smart shite. So I got mad, and that's reasonable. And I said I was sorry, and you never gave me apologies for calling me names or anything. She says, yeah, you're right, because I don't owe you anything because you cheated on me like 5 times. Oh boy. Then he says, and then I was just going to drop all of it and just whatever, let you talk to me like that and be really disrespectful because you just got your period for the first time in a while. So you're probably extra mad and PMSing. She says, so are you going to fix your attitude and actually show a change, or are you going to keep being a D? He says, and it doesn't always have to come to that. She says, LMAO. She says, I know you didn't just say that to me. Say what? I was just saying, I was just going to drop everything. She says, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to change that reply because I must be hallucinating. Actually, you have 20 seconds. He says, all that mean shite you said, you know what I'm saying? Time's up, she says. So, is that what you said? Am I not hallucinating? He says, what have I ever been doing? You've been starting all these arguments, and I keep saying I'm sorry and being the one that has to fix this. She says, so am I hallucinating, or did you just send me that message? Uh-oh. Okay, we should probably end there. 28,820 pages. Let's do our word game. It's almost 4. It is 4:01 in the morning. She's never happy. She's never satisfied. No, she's not Paige's mama. She's a biatch. Hi, Val Ventura. How are you? The entitlement is too much, isn't it? Don't you just feel like, oh, no matter how many times you repeat the goddess, oh my gosh, the goddess she is. Oh boy. Doesn't everybody want to write her some letters now? Uh-oh. I think I have to. Oh no. What happened? I don't know what happened. You can still hear me, obviously. I think you can still hear me because let me do it this way. Let me get off this. Hold on. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Yeah, now you can hear me, right? Hopefully. So what's she in for? Murder. She's in for 2 counts of murder. But she got more than that. She got like 15 different charges. And she was so upset that the judge had the audacity to read them out loud. Right? I'd like to know about these other friends of hers, like the ones she really dogged. Where they are now, like the one she said, they're going to see me on a magazine cover. Yeah, they saw her on a magazine cover. It wasn't for what she thought they were going to see her on a magazine cover for, right?
there were like 15 cameras on me. Yeah, they were like 15 cameras on you because you were being charged with murder. You know, I mean, my gosh. But, oh, we don't want to do this one. We want to do the word, the daily. What a nutcase. And talk mean to her mom. Yeah, oh my gosh, it's just, oh look, look, it's your one last chance, look. Maybe they heard us doing all that reading. So crazy, right? Ached. An ache, right? Yeah. She makes your head ache. Oh, and there's head there too. And oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that. She makes your head ache. Seems to be about her, right? Are you going to bed, Tristan? You go. You got a question. You got a question mark there. Good night, all. Like you're thinking, what? Dance. You can dance if you want to. Oh, hand, yeah. Oh, and wait a minute. Can, den, right? And then we have had and hen. Oh, and how about, no, we can't do hence. Hi, Dan, yeah, a chance we have, right? Yeah, we have a chance. Okay. Need, oh, need, N-E-A-D? No. Mm-mm. Nope. Let's see, ants. Cached. Oh, cache. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Very good. And that's got to be cash, right? Cash me outside. That's what she would say. Cash me outside. I tried Chad Serenity. I know. Each. I was looking for each. I thought we didn't have it. You're right. Very good. We just need one more. There we go. Never mind. Okay, Mike. Okay, everybody. Appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate the super stickers. Those of you that gave that, I appreciate that. It's wonderful. If you ever want to support the channel, a great thing is to get a membership. We have like really affordable memberships, and they're for the month is like $1.99 is what they start at, and they really help. But and then there's also, you know, whatever, if you want to buy me a coffee because I'm reading so much, feel free. Anyway, but I do appreciate no matter what you guys being here, and the best thing if you could spread the share the videos, talk to your friends and family about them if you are enjoying watching them, or share the channel, subscribe, and help us out there. We appreciate that all. I appreciate you all being here. I am enjoying being with you, and thank you so much, and have a great night. God bless you all, and prayers for whatever anybody's going through, because I know everybody's going through something. So I hope that you have all the help you need with that. And what else was I going to say? I hope to see you tomorrow. Be good. And yeah, peace, love, and light to all, right? Heart. Okay, and hugs. Hugs to everybody too. God bless everybody. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Be good. Be kind, and make the world a better place. All right? Good night, everybody.